Chapter 1910 Family Seal. Chapter 1910 Family Seal. Is there anything I can say that will change your mind? Elder Son asked, still reluctant to elt him visit her family. Yuan smiled. You should know me well enough by now to know the answer to that. Elder Son sighed. Even if your life might be endangered, I'm sure you'll protect me. After a moment of silence, Elder Son said, Fine, if that's what you want to do. However, you must accept something from me. Oh, a gift from you? Why would I refuse something like that? In that case, take it. Elder Son suddenly flicked his forehead, the motion swift yet oddly gentle. A warmth spread from the point of contact, washing over him like a comforting embrace. Although Yuan couldn't see it, a faint red symbol briefly appeared on his forehead, glowing softly before fading away as if it had never existed. The warmth lingered for a moment before dissipating, leaving behind an inexplicable sensation, as though something had subtly changed within him. What did you do? Yuan asked as he rubbed his forehead. I gave you my family seal. It basically recognizes you as someone approved by me. As long as you have that, my family won't kill you. Probably. A family seal? Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking slightly surprised. Isn't that something one gives to someone who joins their family? We're practically married now. What kind of nonsense is that? Elder Son sighed out loud. Family seals can be given to people outside the family, but only those from the main family are allowed to do so. Yuan chuckled. Is that so? Despite Elder Son's casual demeanor, the act she had just performed was anything but trivial. Bestowing a family seal was an incredibly significant and meaningful gesture, one that carried deep implications. It was not something given lightly, nor was it an act done on a whim. This was especially true for families with immense influence and reputation. Whether Yuan realized it or not, the family seal symbolized something far greater than mere sentiment. For the next several days, Yuan would spend all of his time on the Immortal Sun Peak with Elder Sunday. They would talk about many things, from their hobbies to their goals in life. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Yuan and his group to leave the Immortal Monastery. I'm going to enter seclusion today, Elder Sunday. If you're not here by the time I come out, it'll definitely come visit you in the Holy Continent. Elder Sun nodded and silently watched as Yuan disappeared from the Immortal Sun Peak. Sometime later, Yuan and the others went to meet with the Sect leader. Outside the Sect leader's headquarters, Ran bid them farewell. Good luck out there, everyone. You too. Since time flows much faster in this world, it'll probably be a while for you before we return, Yuan said. Ran smiled and replied, Even if it takes millions of years, it still wouldn't compare to my time inside the Shadow Realm. After saying their goodbyes to Ran, Yuan and the others went inside the building to meet with the Sect leader. Are you all leaving? The Sect leader asked. Yes. Very well. Once you leave, you will wake up on an island. To leave, you just need to go outside and enter the portal, said the Sect leader. The Sect leader snapped his fingers, and a swirling purple portal materialized before them. Without hesitation, Yuan stepped forward, entering the portal first, followed closely by Tan Song Yun and the others. The instant they crossed the threshold, their vision went blank. A strange weightlessness overtook them, their senses fading as their consciousness drifted away, much like when a player entered Cultivation online. A few moments later, Yuan's eyes fluttered open. Blinking away the lingering haze, he slowly took in his surroundings. He was lying on a bed inside a modest yet unfamiliar room, the atmosphere calm and still. Instinctively, he inspected his body, running his hands over himself. Sure enough, he was back in his original body. Just as he got out of the bed, a notification appeared before him, something he hadn't seen in years. Seal of the Eternal Sun? Is that Elder Sun's family seal? Yuan mumbled. Seal of the Eternal Sun? When he tried to look up its information, there were only question marks. However, what truly surprised Yuan was that the seal had carried over from the other world. Sometime later, Yuan stepped out of the room and made his way outside. As he exited the building, his gaze was immediately drawn to his surroundings. He found himself standing atop a small floating island, suspended in the vast sky. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying an air of mystique. However, what truly caught his attention was the sheer number of similar floating islands stretching across the horizon. Thousands of them, each seemingly housing other participants. Yuan attempted to step off the island, but the moment he did, he was met with an invisible force. A barrier surrounded the entire floating island, preventing him from leaving. He pressed his hand against it, feeling a faint resistance, solid yet intangible. Its purpose was obvious. The barrier was likely there to prevent participants from interfering with one another. Suddenly, Yuan's attention was drawn to movement nearby. The door of the adjacent building opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. It was Lan Yingying. Her elegant form emerged into the open, her gaze sweeping across the floating islands before finally landing on Yuan. Lan Yingying waved at him. Her mouth was moving, but Yuan couldn't hear what she was trying to say. Yuan pointed at the portal nearby before entering it, disappearing from the island. Lan Yingying followed suit and entered the portal on her island. After emerging from the other side, Yuan and Lan Yingying found themselves back inside the City of Radiance. Moments later, Tan Songyun and the others also appeared out of thin air beside them. Chapter 1911 Warning. End of Immortal Monastery Arc. Chapter 1911 Warning. End of Immortal Monastery Arc. Looks like everyone is here, Yuan said after Tan Songyun, Shi Meili, and Yingzi returned to the City of Radiance. Young master, you're back. Feng Yuxiang emerged from his dantian a moment later and immediately embraced him. Feng, what happened to you after I entered the Immortal Monastery? Yuan asked her. Well, after you entered the portal, I was forced to slumber. I didn't wake up until just now, she explained. I also just woke up. Where's Ji Ran? I don't see him with you. Yu Ning's voice resounded. Oh, Ji Ran decided to remain in the trial. Although he came out, we haven't completed the trial yet. Of course, he's not going to stay there forever. I will come back here once I create his new physical body, explained Yuan. Is that so? Now, then, let's figure out how long we've been inside the trial. If I consider what the Sect leader told me, only about a year should have passed since we entered the Immortal Monastery. Yuan extended his divine sense, sweeping across the vast expanse of the City of Radiance in search of any presence. However, to his surprise, the once bustling city was now eerily empty, and not a single soul remained apart from his group. There's nobody here? He muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Before they had entered the Immortal Monastery, the city had been teeming with cultivators, all eagerly searching for hidden treasures or just touring the place. Even if it had become clear that there were no treasures, that wouldn't have been enough to completely deter people from visiting this place, especially in the cultivation world, where people are the most persistent. Yet now, only a year later, the city stood completely abandoned. That didn't make sense. Something had happened. But what? In the midst of his thoughts, Yuan noticed Tan Songyun was staring at her communication jade slip with a dumbfounded look on her face. Did something happen? He asked her out of curiosity. However, Tan Songyun didn't immediately respond and continued staring at her communication jade slip. Clearly, she was still busy with it. While Yuan waited for her, a notification abruptly appeared before him. Celestial Overlord Chong? Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had received such a notification. Since it's related to the Celestial Overlord, Yuan raised his arm and glanced at his faction symbol. A faction symbol was more than just a means of identification. It also functioned as a communication tool, much like a communication jade slip. However, its usage was restricted. Unlike communication jade slips, it could only be used for announcements since the messages are sent to every member and only the higher-ups of the faction had the authority to send messages. After Yuan had infused some of his spiritual energy into the symbol, it pulsed faintly and a voice echoed within his mind. This is a warning for all members. The demon worshippers, who have always acted from within the shadows, have recently increased their activity and started revealing themselves, an unusual shift in their behavior. Stay vigilant and report any information or signs of their presence to the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto immediately. Yuan frowned after hearing the message. Demon worshippers typically thrived in secrecy, operating from the shadows and avoiding unnecessary attention. Their entire existence revolved around manipulation, deception, and silent corruption. However, according to the Celestial Overlord's announcement, they were now behaving in direct opposition to their usual methods, boldly revealing themselves instead of lurking unseen. This was deeply out of character and worrying. Did you also receive a warning from your faction? Tan Sanjian's voice suddenly resounded, snapping Yuan out of his thoughts. He looked at her and asked, "About the demon worshippers' unusual activities? You also received it?" She nodded. "Our faction usually doesn't concern itself with matters unrelated to our vengeance. However, when we do pay attention, it's because the situation is so significant that even we can't ignore it." She merely joined their conversation and asked Yuan, "I heard of them during your trial in the Stairway to Heaven, but I am still unfamiliar with their existence. Were they? And what are their goals?" Since demon worshippers didn't exist in the ancient Dragon City, nor did they have to worry about them, she merely was never taught about their existence. "You know what demons are, right?" Ten Songyan asked. "Of course. Well, demon worshippers, as their name implies, are those who revere and serve demons," Tan Songyan explained. "Some are mere admirers, those who idolize demons but take no real action. Then, there are those who go a step further, acting on behalf of demons, carrying out their will in the world. I can't fathom why anyone would revere demons, much less serve them," she merely said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Demons once ruled the world, didn't they? And they committed countless atrocities against everyone. Why would anyone willingly follow them? To worship those who had once brought devastation to the world was unfathomable. Yet, the existence of demon worshippers proved that some people not only accepted demons, but actively sought their favor. It's quite simple, actually," Yuan said, his voice calm yet firm. "For power." He met Shimeli's gaze as he continued. "Demons may be ruthless and unreasonable, but their power is undeniable. Some people are willing to sacrifice everything, morality, humanity, even their own souls, just for a taste of that power. To them, it doesn't matter what demons have done in the past. All they care about is what they can gain in the present. How does that work? How does one acquire the power of demons?" In response, Yuan extended a finger, revealing a single drop of blood glistening at the tip. "Their blood," he said a moment later. "By consuming demon blood, one can gain immense regenerative abilities that rival those of demons themselves. Moreover, one's natural limitations, their innate talents can be bypassed, allowing them to achieve feats that otherwise aren't possible." Chapter 1912 Extreme Een Lake. Chapter 1912 Extreme Een Lake. "I understand their desire for power, but what's the point if you turn into a monster at the end?" She merely shook her head after hearing about demon worshippers. She could still vividly recall the grotesque transformation she witnessed during Yuan's trial. That usually only happens when one consumes too much demon blood. A few drops won't turn one into a monster, but there is still a high chance it will affect their mind by making them more aggressive, hot-tempered, and unreasonable, Yuan explained further. "I was told this place was attacked recently by the demon worshippers, hence why it's empty right now," Ten Songyan suddenly revealed. She turned to look at Yuan and asked, "So, what are your plans now?" Yuan fell into deep thought, his expression unreadable as he pondered in silence. He didn't know the exact reason behind the demon worshippers' sudden activity, but that didn't mean he was clueless. His mind drifted back to his encounter with the Demon Emperor Carnage a few years ago. Could this surge in demon worshipper activity be connected to him? If it's really the Demon Emperor's doing, something big will definitely happen soon, and I should get ready for it. Yuan looked at Tan Songyun and asked, "Do you know of any place with extreme Een element? The colder the place, the better." "A place of extreme Een element," Huh? Does it have to be in the sixth heaven? She asked. No, but it will be great if there is one here. Tan Songyun pondered for a moment before responding. The extreme Yin Lake. It's located in the sixth heaven and is a very popular place for cultivators who specialize in the Yin element. Yuan nodded and said, then that will be my next destination. He wanted to improve his cold immunity further so his physique could evolve. I don't mind, but why? You don't even cultivate Yin Qi. I'm not going there to cultivate. It's to temper my body and train my cold immunity, he explained. Is that so? Despite knowing his purpose, Tan Songyun still couldn't understand why he needed to train his cold immunity now. It just seemed too random and out of the blue. With their next destination in mind, Yuan and his group made their way to the Extreme Yin Lake. The Extreme Yin Lake was located near the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, one of the most prestigious and powerful sects in the sixth heaven. Renowned not only for their peerless ice-based martial techniques, the sect was also widely recognized as a gathering place for the most beautiful women in the realm. In the cultivation world, women are naturally attuned to the Yin element, while most men are inherently aligned with Yang energy. This natural balance follows the fundamental principles of Yin and Yang, where Yin represents coldness, tranquility, and the moon, while Yang embodies warmth, intensity, and the sun. Because of this, female cultivators tend to naturally excel in Yin-based techniques, making the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect a predominantly female sect. However, there exist a few exceptions. Men born with an extremely rare natural affinity for Yin energy. Their numbers are so few that they can be counted on one hand. After traveling for several days, Yuan and his group arrived at their destination, the Extreme Yin Lake. Wow, it's beautiful, she merely muttered, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at the breathtaking scenery before them. The Extreme Yin Lake was nestled within a valley of towering snowy mountains, their peaks blanketed in pristine white. The air was crisp and cool, carrying a faint, almost ethereal chill that seemed to seep into the soul. The entire landscape radiated a serene, otherworldly beauty, untouched and pure, as if frozen in time. The temperature in the area was a staggering minus 200 degrees Celsius, an unbearable cold that could freeze cultivators unprepared for such extreme conditions. Yet, despite the frigid atmosphere, the lake's surface remained untouched by ice. The water flowed with an almost ethereal stillness, shimmering under the pale light, as if defying the very laws of nature. If one looked closely, they would notice several individuals seated around the Extreme Yin Lake, immersed in deep cultivation. Most of them remained near the snowy banks, absorbing the pure Yin Qi radiating from the lake. However, two figures stood out, and they were cultivating directly on top of the lake itself. How long are you going to stay here? Tan Songyun asked. I don't know yet, since ITLL depend on how effective this training spot is, but it'll be here for a few days at the very least. In that case, it'll visit the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. I know their sect leader. Can I come with you? I do like to see the sect, and I don't like this coldness. She merely said. Sure. Tan Songyun nodded. Then we'll be back in a few days. Try not to cause any trouble. Yes, mother, Yuan responded in a joking tone. Tan Songyun trembled, and she immediately responded with an angry frown. Don't you ever call me that again, even as a joke. Yuan chuckled, sorry. After Tan Songyun and she merely departed, Yuan made his way toward the Extreme Yin Lake, his steps steady despite the piercing cold. With each step closer, the temperature plummeted even further, the air itself growing heavier with dense Yin energy. The chilling aura seeped into his skin, biting at his bones, but he pressed forward, undeterred. As for Lan Yingying and Yingzi, one entered his dantian while the other his shadow. Yuan smiled after seeing the notification. It's nothing compared to the training ground within the Primal Expanse, but I doubt he'll find a training place that extreme in the sixth heaven. When Yuan got close enough, the cultivators who had been cultivating by the Extreme Yin Lake finally paid attention to him. A man? Why is he wearing a mask? Who's that? He's not a disciple at our Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. Although the disciples were curious about Yuan's presence, they chose not to approach or disturb him. Instead, they merely observed in silence, their gazes carrying a mix of intrigue and caution. It was rare for an outsider, especially a man, to approach the extreme lake, let alone withstand its intense cold. Yet, Yuan walked forward with unwavering composure, as if the bone-chilling temperature had no effect on him. Chapter 1913 Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect. Chapter 1913 Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect. Although the extreme lake was located beside the Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect, and primarily visited by its disciples, it was classified as a natural training ground rather than exclusive sect property. As such, outsiders were allowed to enter freely. However, despite this openness, the lake's unforgiving cold served as a natural barrier. The chilling energy was so intense that only those who had cultivated the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect's unique techniques could withstand it for extended periods. For anyone else, this training ground was a perilous area. Because of this, while technically open to all, in practice, the extreme lake remained a place almost exclusively occupied by the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect's disciples, and even then, only their most talented and experienced disciples would dare to train there. When Yuan reached about 300 meters from the extreme lake, he came to a stop. The air around him was so frigid that even the moisture in his breath froze instantly. Without hesitation, he sat down and closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Unlike others who would instinctively shield themselves from the cold, Yuan chose not to protect himself with spiritual energy. Instead, he allowed the bone-chilling energy to penetrate his body freely, embracing the raw intensity of the extreme lake's environment. He was not merely cultivating, he was tempering his body, pushing himself beyond his natural limits. Although the extreme lake was indeed effective in improving his cold resistance, Yuan found the progress too slow for his liking. A mere 5 minutes had passed when he opened his eyes, dissatisfaction flickering within them. Without hesitation, he stood up and began walking closer to the lake, stepping into the even denser energy that surrounded the lake. The disciples swallowed nervously when they realized Yuan wasn't protecting himself with spiritual energy and enduring the cold with his bare body. Is he insane? No. More importantly, how is he enduring the extreme lake with his bare body? Does he have a heavenly physique? The disciples were shocked by Yuan's audacity and mysterious physique. A few moments later, when Yuan was only 200 meters away from the water, ice began forming around his body, slowly turning him into an ice statue. Yet, despite his seemingly dangerous state, Yuan did not feel like his life was in danger in the slightest. This is kind of disappointing. Or maybe I was spoiled by the extreme training grounds at the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. Yuan sighed inwardly as he recalled the truly perilous training grounds that could kill even immortals. In the blink of an eye, Yuan closed the distance by another 100 meters. Now, he was standing right beside the disciples who were cultivating outside the lake. Who are you? One of them couldn't help but ask. Yuan turned to look at the dazed female disciple and said, Xiaoyang. Without saying anything else, Yuan continued to walk closer to the lake. You should stop there if you value your life. One of the individuals cultivating on the lake suddenly spoke out loud when Yuan was just 50 meters away. Don't worry, my condition is actually better than it may appear, Yuan said calmly. The female disciple frowned and said, Seriously, I don't want to deal with your frozen corpse later. Unless you cultivate the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect's cultivation technique or have cold immunity, you won't survive the lake. I appreciate your concern, but it's really fine. If I somehow end up as a corpse, my companion will deal with it. Your companion? Where? The disciple looked around, but couldn't see anyone. They'll be back in a few days. If I have not returned by then, please let them know where I am. What are you saying? I don't get it. The disciple raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yuan, who had reached the lake, pointed at the water and said, They'll be inside. What? You can't be serious. Before the disciple could finish her sentence, Yuan jumped into the air and dove directly into the lake's center. Holy shit! He went inside the water. Shock rippled through the disciples as they stared, unable to believe what they witnessed. Even the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect leader, a cultivator renowned for possessing cold immunity, would not last more than a few seconds submerged in the lake's waters. Yet, Yuan went inside without any protection, treating it like an ordinary pool of water. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun and she merely arrived at the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect and were greeted by the sect leader herself when she heard Tan Songyun's name. Senior Sister Tan, what a pleasant surprise. I haven't seen you in forever. A beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes approached them with a bright smile on her face. I was passing by the Extreme Lake and decided to visit. How's the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect lately? When the sect leader heard this question, her smile weakened, and she responded in a dispirited voice. It was doing great until last month. What happened? Tan Songyun inquired. I don't know if you've heard, but the demon worshippers have been making a scene lately. I was in the hidden domain until a few days ago, but I know of it. Did they attack your sect? The sect leader glanced around, scanning their surroundings with a discerning gaze. After a brief pause, she spoke. Let's go somewhere more private. Sure. By the way, who is your friend? The sect leader asked as they walked back to her place. She Meili. We're traveling together at the moment. Don't worry, she's trustworthy. I'm not worried about that. I was just curious since you've never brought a friend before. Sometime later, they went inside the sect leader's room. Once she shut the door, the sect leader looked at Tan Songyun with a serious face and revealed, we don't know if it's related to the demon worshippers yet, but some of our disciples have gone missing lately. Chapter 1914 Someone from the Demon Sealing Clan. Chapter 1914 Someone from the Demon Sealing Clan. Missing. So you think your disciples are being kidnapped by the demon worshippers? Tan Songyun asked after hearing this. That, or they were killed, sighed the sect leader. What is the sect doing about this? So far, we've recalled most of our disciples back to the sect, unless they're on a really important mission. We have also restricted their movements to within the sect's boundary. Other than that, I don't know what else can be done. What about the disciples at the Extreme Lake? I saw a few of your disciples there, Tan Songyun said. That's a special location. Most people can't even get close due to the extreme weather. Unless the demon worshippers have cold immunity or a special physique, they won't be able to go near it. Also, it's fairly close to the sect. Sorry you have to deal with this. The sect leader shook her head and said, I'm sure it'll be over soon, especially once that person from the Demon Sealing Clan arrives. That person? Tan Songyun raised an eyebrow. The sect leader smiled and said, Yes, she's very famous in the Demon Sealing Clan and the Cultivation world. I'm sure you've heard of her before. I requested help from the Demon Sealing Clan as soon as I realized the demon worshippers were kidnapping my disciples, and they recently notified me that this individual would be coming to assist us. In fact, she should be arriving soon. So, who is this individual? Tan Songyun asked again. The sect leader smiled and said, Are you in a hurry to leave? If you are, I will tell you. But if you have some time, you should meet her. This is a really rare chance, after all. Hell, you'd probably stay after hearing her name. Tan Songyun was a little annoyed by the secrecy, but she was also very curious. I have a few days, she said. Great. He'll let you know when she arrives. Is there anything you would like to do in the meantime? How about I show you around the sect? Meili immediately nodded and replied, That would be great. Thus, the sect leader began showing them around the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect. I know you already have a demon sealer on the way, but I know someone who might also be able to help, Tan Songyun said as they traveled. Are you talking about you, Xiaoyang? Meili asked. Tan Songyun nodded. What do you think? You know him better than me, but from what I've seen, he seemed very familiar with demons and demon worshippers. I'm not too sure, but if it's him, I'm sure he'll be helpful no matter what it is. Who is this Xiaoyang? The sect leader inquired in a curious voice. He's our traveling companion and the reason why we're here. He's currently training at the Frozen Lake, though. A man with an affinity? How rare. Although the sect leader misunderstood his situation, they didn't bother correcting her. A few hours later, midway through their tour, the sect leader suddenly halted her movements and retrieved a communication jade slip. I just received news that the demon sealer has arrived at the sect, so well end the tour here. Learning this, Tan Song-yun and she merely followed the sect leader to meet this demon sealer. Surprisingly, they didn't head to the sect leader's headquarters. Instead, they traveled to the 7th Frozen Cloud Peak, a public area accessible by all disciples. When they arrived at their destination, their gaze was immediately drawn to a beautiful woman in black and white robes standing gracefully by a water fountain. Her presence was captivating, exuding a refined elegance that demanded attention. Surrounding her were excited disciples, their expressions filled with awe and admiration. Some eagerly spoke with her, while others simply stood nearby, as if just being in her presence was an honor in itself. Who is that? Tan Song-yun turned to look at the sect leader after failing to recognize the demon sealer. Seriously? You don't recognize her? That's Sun Ling Kai, also known as Myriad Colors. Not only is she one of the best painters in the 9 heavens, but she is also a master demon sealer. Each of her paintings, no matter how simple, fetches tens of millions of spirit stones. Myriad Colors? That's the Sublime painter? Although I have never seen her before, I have heard of her name, Tan Song-yun muttered with slightly widened eyes. The Sublime painter was renowned not only for her ability to create flawless masterpieces, but also for the unique power her creations possessed. Unlike ordinary works of art, hers were capable of producing mystical effects akin to those of powerful treasures. For example, one of her most famous works, Cultivator's Ascension, was a painting that functioned like a real spiritual treasure, capable of gathering and enhancing spiritual energy in its surroundings. Just by placing it within a cultivation chamber, one could experience a significant boost in their cultivation speed. Because of this, her art was highly sought after, not just for its beauty, but for its practical and mystical properties, making it priceless to both mortals and cultivators alike. She's a painter? I didn't know cultivators paid that much attention to such a profession, she merely remarked, as she considered painting a mortal's profession. She's not your ordinary painter. Her paintings function as treasures. Some have effects that benefit cultivation, while others can work as life-saving treasures. The only issue is that she cannot determine the effect of her paintings, so they vary greatly. The sect leader approached Sun Ling Kai and bowed. It's a real honor to have you here, Senior Sunday. I am a sect leader of the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, Yin Shi. Nice to meet you, Sect Leader Yuan. I was sent here by the Demon Sealing Clan after they reviewed your request. I will do everything in my power to assist you with your problem. I can't imagine having someone more reliable than you here, Senior Sunday. If you're ready, let's go somewhere more quiet. Let's. Sun Ling Kai nodded. Chapter 1915 Sublime Painter. Chapter 1915 Sublime Painter. Shortly after greeting each other, Sect Leader Yin led Sun Ling Kai to her headquarters. Shimeli and Tan Song-yun followed them after receiving the Sect Leader's permission. Am I the only demon sealer here? What about the demon sealing grotto? You are the only demon sealer here. I see. I was half expecting them to be here too. A stiff smile appeared on the sect leader's face as she spoke. To be honest, I contacted both the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. However, only the Demon Sealing Clan responded to my request. I apologize if I did something I wasn't supposed to. Sun Ling Kai calmly shook her head and said, No, you're fine. There's no rule stating that you can only contact one of us. I wouldn't mind working with them either if it means dealing with these demon worshippers faster. She turned to look at Shimeli and Tan Song-yun and asked, Then who are you guys? You don't seem like disciples of this sect. We're just guests here. However, if you need help, we're more than willing to lend a hand, said Tan Song-yun. She wasn't offering assistance just because of her friendship with sect leader Yuan. This was a matter far greater than personal ties. As a cultivator, As a human, she felt an obligation to stand against the demon worshippers, those who had forsaken their morals and humanity in pursuit of corrupt power. Their actions threatened not just sects or families, but the balance of the world itself. Once they arrived at the headquarters, Sect leader Yuan began explaining the situation to Sun Ling Kai in more detail. According to those who witnessed the kidnappings, these demon worshippers are specifically targeting maidens, Sect leader Yuan stated grimly. Maidens? Sun Ling Kai raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of intrigue and concern. Sect leader Yuan nodded, her voice steady as she continued. At first, we believed the demon worshippers were simply kidnapping our disciples at random. However, we soon realized there was a clear pattern. All the disciples who managed to evade capture, despite being present at the time of the incidents, were not maidens. Is there a reason why they're specifically targeting maidens? Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before responding. Truth is, your frozen cloud ethereal sect isn't the only place being targeted by the demon worshippers. Female cultivators around the Nine Heavens are being kidnapped on a scale we've never witnessed before. Although we don't know why, we do have some speculations. The most obvious one is that they require sacrifices for something. Could the demon worshippers be feeding them to the demons? She merely asked. Sun Ling Kai nodded and responded, It's possible, but there's no reason why they would only go after maidens since demons don't have preferences and eat whatever they get their hands on. If they're only going after maidens, maybe they're doing a ritual that requires maidens. I know there are forbidden techniques out there that demand maidens because of their pure essence, said Tan Songyan. Yes, the Demon Sealing clan also believes the demon worshippers are gathering maidens for some kind of ritual. As for the purpose of such ritual, we can only speculate. So, how can we stop these demon worshippers? Unless you know where they are hiding, we can only react to their actions, Tan Songyan asked. Sun Ling Kai retrieved a black metal compass and said, This is a treasure that can detect nearby demonic energy. What a convenient tool, she merely remarked. It was only developed recently, and its uses are still limited, especially its detection range. However, ITLL automatically improve as we use it, said Sun Ling Kai. How far does its detection reach? Sect leader Yuan asked. About 100 miles. That's not much. It's not, but it can detect even the faintest demonic energy. In the midst of Sun Ling Kai's speech, the compass suddenly emitted a red glow, pulsing with an eerie intensity. A moment later, a red light flickered above it, rapidly condensing into the shape of an arrow, its tip unwavering as it pointed toward a specific direction. The compass activated, so it detected demonic energy nearby. Sect leader Yin stood up in shock. Sun Ling Kai nodded with a serious expression on her face. The arrow, isn't it pointing in the direction of the extreme Yin Lake? She merely asked after noticing this. It is. Let's hurry to the extreme Yin Lake, Sect leader Yuan spoke with urgency. Meanwhile, at the extreme Yin Lake, the disciples have been staring at the lake for the last few hours. It's been hours since he went inside. He's definitely dead, right? If he's dead, why isn't his corpse coming back up? Then he's probably not dead. The disciples were in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how a man could endure so long inside the extreme Yin Lake. He definitely has a heaven-defying Yin physique. Maybe he even possesses the legendary Arctic Saint physique. One disciple exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Another disciple immediately refuted, shaking her head. Only women can be born with that physique. No man has ever possessed it in history. Suddenly, another disciple said, Hey, look over there. The group instinctively turned their heads, their gazes locking onto the tree line. There, several cloaked figures stood motionless, their dark robes barely shifting despite the cold wind. We sure have a lot of visitors today. Snap out of it. They're oozing with malice, and they're not even hiding it. The two disciples who had been cultivating on the lake suddenly jumped out of it to confront these newcomers. Judging by your suspicious appearances and the recent incidents, you must be demon worshippers. Are you here to kidnap us? Demon worshippers? The other disciples immediately became wary and nervous after hearing this. Meanwhile, the demon worshippers wasted no time with words. Without warning, they lunged forward, their dark cloaks billowing as they charged straight at the disciples, completely unfazed by the extreme lake's deadly cold. Seeing this, one of the disciples immediately retrieved a red talisman and tore it up. "I have notified the sect. We just need to last until they arrive." Chapter 1916, Fighting the Demon Worshippers. Chapter 1916, Fighting the Demon Worshippers. The frozen cloud, Ethereal Sect's disciples clashed with the demon worshippers. Due to the close distance between their sect and the extreme lake, they only needed to defend themselves for several minutes before help arrived. However, the disciples quickly realized that lasting even a minute would be challenging. The demon worshippers were incredibly powerful and fought without any regard for their own safety. Moreover, despite having lower cultivation than the disciples, the demon worshippers displayed prowess that surpassed the disciples. This abnormal power is one of many reasons why demon worshippers abandon their humanity. "I won't be able to endure this much longer, senior sister." Aside from the two core disciples who cultivated on the extreme lake, the rest of the disciples were merely inner court disciples, and they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Despite their efforts, the inner court disciples were struggling against the demon worshippers' brutal assault, their techniques barely holding back the relentless attacks. One by one, they began to falter, their defenses crumbling under the sheer ferocity of their enemies. As for the core disciples, while they were faring better, they were far from gaining the upper hand. Neither side was winning or losing, trapped in a deadlock where a single mistake could turn the tide. Despite their desire to help their junior disciples, they simply weren't in a position to do so. Their opponents were too strong, forcing them to remain fully engaged in their own battles. If this continued much longer, the inner core disciples would fall first, and the core disciples would eventually fall as well. "Ah, junior sister." One of the inner court disciples let out a sharp cry as she was overwhelmed, her defenses shattering beneath the relentless assault. Her weapon slipped from her grasp, clattering against the icy ground as she collapsed, exhausted and defenseless. The demon worshipper standing over her wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, dark chains materialized from thin air, writhing like living shadows before wrapping tightly around her body. The moment the black chains latched onto her, a profound force sealed her spiritual energy, suppressing it completely. The disciple's eyes widened in horror as she realized that her cultivation had been sealed. In an instant, she had been reduced to a mere mortal. As soon as the first disciple was captured, the battle quickly turned one-sided. One by one, the other inner court disciples fell, unable to resist the overwhelming power of the demon worshippers. The black chains continued to manifest, restraining their spiritual energy and leaving them helpless as they were forcibly subdued. Once all the inner court disciples had been captured, the demon worshippers swiftly turned their attention to the core disciples. Though they had managed to hold their ground for a time, they were now outnumbered and outmatched. Realizing they couldn't win, the core disciples fought desperately, trying to break through and free their fellow disciples. But it was futile. The demon worshippers coordinated their attacks flawlessly, exploiting every weakness and overwhelming them with sheer force. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. All the disciples, inner court and core alike, had been captured, their spiritual energy sealed, their struggles rendered meaningless. "No, I don't want to die." The captured disciples began crying out, their voices filled with a mix of terror and shame. They trembled, not just from fear, but from the crushing realization of their own weakness. They had only needed to hold out for a few minutes, just enough time for their sect's reinforcements to arrive. Yet they had failed. In less than 2 minutes, they had been completely subdued, their spiritual energy sealed, their bodies restrained like helpless mortals. Tears welled in their eyes as frustration and despair settled in. They had trained for years, striving to become stronger, yet when it mattered most, their strength had meant nothing. Their captors, the demon worshippers stood over them in silent mockery, as if their struggle had been nothing more than an inevitable conclusion. "Bring them all away," said one of the demon worshippers. However, just as the demon worshippers began lifting the subdued disciples, carrying them like mere luggage, a voice suddenly echoed through the icy air. "I thought I was smelling things, but sure enough, it's the stench of demonic energy." The chilling words sent a ripple of unease through the demon worshippers. Their movements halted instantly, and their heads snapped toward the extreme lake. There, where no one had stood before, a masked figure had suddenly appeared out of thin air like a ghost. However, when the demon worshippers noticed this figure was only at the second level of spirit enlightenment, they immediately relaxed. "Hurry up and kill him. I'll give you 3 seconds." In response, one of the demon worshippers suddenly dropped the disciple in his grasp and lunged at Yuan. The demon worshipper reached Yuan in 1 second and struck the next. However, in the 3rd second, the demon worshipper suddenly stopped moving and collapsed on the ground, his body quickly turning into stone. The demon worshippers were instantly alarmed after seeing their companion turn into a stone statue. That power! He's a demon sealer. Yuan then spoke in a calm voice. "Release those girls and surrender yourselves, or I'll turn you all into stone. I'll give you 3 seconds." Realizing they were against a demon sealer, the demon worshippers no longer dared to look down on Yuan and decided to fight him together. They released the disciples and attacked Yuan together, surrounding him from every direction. There were 6 demon worshippers, and they were all around the Divine Lord level. Despite being surrounded, Yuan calmly said, "Your 3 seconds are up." In response, the demon worshippers attacked. At the same time as the demon worshippers attacked Yuan, Sun Ling Kai and the others arrived at the scene. "Who is that? He's fighting 6 Divine Lord demon worshippers by himself, and he's only at the spirit enlightenment level." Sun Ling Kai almost couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the scene. Chapter 1917, Fighting the Demon Worshippers 2. Chapter 1917, Fighting the Demon Worshippers 2. Although Sun Ling Kai wanted to intervene and help the masked individual, her curiosity got the best of her, and she decided to watch him a little longer. As for Sect leader Yuan, she couldn't care less and immediately went to save her disciples the moment she noticed them. "Sect leader, you're here." The disciples cried tears of joy when they saw her beautiful face. "Are you all okay?" Sect leader Yuan asked them as she destroyed the black chains that restricted their cultivation. "Yes, we're okay. It's all because of him." The disciples pointed at Yuan with their gazes, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "That must be Senior Sister Tan's companion." Sect leader Yuan mumbled as she stared at Yuan, who was emitting a profound aura. "That aura, he's attained super ice resistance." She cried inwardly. Despite cultivating in the extreme lake for decades herself, she had only managed to achieve powerful ice resistance, which was 1 tier weaker than Yuan's super ice resistance. In just a few hours, Yuan had managed to upgrade his weak ice resistance by 2 whole tiers, an unthinkable speed of progression for most. After spending a few moments effortlessly dodging the demon worshippers' attacks, Yuan finally countered, using nothing but his bare hands. His movements were swift and precise, flowing like water, yet carrying the force of a raging tempest. With every shift of his body, he evaded strikes with almost inhuman ease, making it seem as though he was merely playing with his enemies. Despite wielding no weapon, the demon worshippers didn't dare to underestimate his attacks. It wasn't his physical strength that frightened them. It was the demon-sealing aura radiating from his very being. To them, that aura was more terrifying than any weapon, capable of sealing their very existence if they weren't careful. However, they quickly realized how futile their efforts were. Much like how the inner court disciples struggled to fight back, the 6 of them were being pressured despite outnumbering him. Soon, Yuan landed a strike on one of the demon worshippers, instantly turning him into stone. To seal his opponents so quickly, what powerful demon-sealing aura! Sun Ling Kai cried out in shock, her eyes widening as she witnessed Yuan's effortless suppression of the demon worshippers. As a master demon sealer, very few demon sealers surpass her in demon sealing aura within the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. Yet, this masked individual was clearly much stronger than her. However, there was no way she wouldn't recognize such a powerful demon sealer. Seriously, who is that? He's definitely not from the demon sealing clan, but I know of every master demon sealer in the demon sealing grotto, too. Sun Ling Kai muttered in a dumbfounded voice. That's our traveling companion, Xiaoyang, Tan Songyin said. Xiaoyang. I don't recognize that name. Where did he learn how to use demon sealing aura? Sun Ling Kai asked. Tan Songyin shook her head. I don't know. You'll have to ask him. There's no way someone with such powerful demon sealing aura isn't affiliated with the demon sealing clan or demon sealing grotto. Sun Ling Kai refused to believe that some random cultivator could have such a strong demon sealing aura. After all, while one could learn demon sealing aura through techniques, it wouldn't reach the level of master demon sealer without guidance from an expert demon sealer. By the time their conversation ended, Yuan had dealt with all but one demon worshipper. Please spare me. The demon worshipper gave up resistance and began begging for his life. Oh, you're begging for your life despite selling your soul to the demons? How ironic. Don't worry, I won't completely seal you. After all, I have some questions for you. Yuan suddenly raised his leg and kicked the demon worshipper in the groins. The demon worshipper cried out loud in pain, and soon everything but his head turned to stone. Not only is his demon sealing aura powerful, but his control over it is monstrous. Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously. If he's not affiliated with the demon sealing grotto already, I must bring him over to our side. Once it was clear that Yuan had dealt with the demon worshippers, Sect leader Yin approached him and bowed. Thank you. If it weren't for your assistance, more of my disciples would have been kidnapped by those bastards. There's no need to thank me. I was merely dealing with pests. Tan Songyun and the others appeared shortly after. Before Shimeli or Tan Songyun could even speak, Sun Ling Kai rushed over and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Sun Ling Kai. You're Xiaoyang, correct? Yuan instantly recognized Sun Ling Kai, as she was one of the divine Paragon's fanatic. Moreover, she was the one who painted him at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, even giving him a necklace afterward. What's she doing in the sixth heaven? He wondered inwardly. Yuan wanted to reveal his true identity to her, but he wasn't sure if he could trust her, especially when he was being hunted as a demon. So he decided to continue acting as Xiaoyang for the time being. Yes, I am Xiaoyang. Sun Ling Kai continued speaking. I'm actually a master demon sealer from the Demon Sealing Clan, and I cannot help but notice your powerful demon sealing aura. Yet I don't recognize you. Are you affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto? Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. I am somewhat affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan. Do you know Hara? Senior Sister Yin? Of course, I know her. We're practically family. What is your relationship with her? Sun Ling Kai was pleasantly surprised to learn that Yuan was not only affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan, but even knew Hara, but this raised more questions. Our relationship is a little complicated, but we're definitely quite close with each other. How's she been lately? I haven't seen her in a while. Yuan decided to learn more about Hara's situation. Chapter 1918, Extracting Their Memories. Chapter 1918, Extracting Their Memories. Senior Sister Yan's situation. An awkward expression appeared on Sun Ling Kai's face. It's a bit complicated. Seeing Sun Ling Kai's expression, Yuan frowned and asked, did something bad happen to her? What? Oh, it's nothing like that, but it might take some time to explain, so let's continue this chat later. Sun Ling Kai's gaze shifted to the sealed demon worshipper. Yuan realized what she was trying to say and nodded. You're right. Let's continue this conversation after we deal with the demon worshippers. I was going to interrogate them, but if you have other plans, please let me know. That's exactly what I was going to do, Sun Lingkai said. I need to know more about their activities. Sect leader Yuan then spoke. In that case, you can interrogate them at my sect. They'll prepare a place for you. Thank you. While they brought the demon worshippers to the frozen cloud, Ethereal Sect, Tan Songyun asked Yuan, what about your training? It's done. Even if I continued training at the extreme lake, my cold resistance wouldn't improve further. No, to be more accurate, ITLL take too long to see any decent improvements. Already? It's only been half a day since you started training at the extreme lake. Tan Songyun looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Yuan silently shrugged. Upon arriving at the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect, Sect leader Yuan sent all of the disciples to medical to ensure they were not injured before arranging a place for Sun Lingkai and Yuan to interrogate the demon worshippers. And no matter what you do to me, I won't say anything, the partially sealed demon worshipper exclaimed, his voice trembling with defiance as he was forcibly placed inside a prison. His body felt heavy, and his spiritual energy was completely suppressed by Yuan's demon sealing aura. I don't doubt it. You probably can't reveal anything even if you wanted to, Sun Lingkai calmly remarked. It was common practice among demon worshippers to curse themselves, a ruthless safeguard ensuring their secrets remained buried. These self-inflicted curses acted as a deadly failsafe. If a demon worshipper even attempted to reveal any information, their body would detonate instantly, reducing them to nothing but blood and ash before a single word could leave their lips. Because of this, interrogating demon worshippers was notoriously difficult. Sun Lingkai continued in a cold voice. Unfortunately for you, I have plenty of ways to extract information from you without even needing you to open your mouth. However, these methods are quite cruel and have a high chance of killing you. Even if you somehow manage to survive, you'll most certainly be crippled for life. These methods are too cruel to use on humans, but you're a demon worshipper, pests that cannot be considered humans. The demon worshipper's face twisted with fear and horror after hearing such words. Sun Lingkai turned to Yuan and asked, "You don't mind, right?" Yuan shook his head and said, "You can skin him alive for all I care. Once you're done with him, it'll unseal the others so that you can interrogate them as well. Thank you for your assistance." In the next moment, Sun Lingkai retrieved a massive paintbrush, its size comparable to that of a greatsword. With a swift, deliberate motion, she pressed the tip of the brush against the demon worshipper's forehead. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, she suddenly swiped the brush in a perfect arc, and from the demon worshipper's forehead, a black orb of light was forcibly dragged out, writhing with a sinister energy. Without hesitation, Sun Lingkai guided the orb toward an empty scroll she had prepared. The moment the black orb entered the painting, the scroll came to life, ink flowing across its surface as a picture quickly formed. As for the demon worshipper, the moment the black orb of light was forcibly extracted, he let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice laced with sheer agony. His face convulsed violently, with veins bulging as if something within him was being ripped apart. It was as though the very essence of his existence was being forcefully unraveled. The hysterical screams lasted for only a brief moment before his head suddenly went limp. Just like that, the demon worshipper perished. I have extracted the memories of that demon worshipper, but I could only extract about 10 years, his last 10 years. Hopefully, there is something useful. Sun Lingkai said as she poured her spiritual energy into the painting. A glowing string appeared from the painting and attached itself to Sun Lingkai's forehead, showing the demon worshipper's last 10 years of memories. Sometime later, Sun Lingkai opened her eyes and shook her head with a disappointed expression. He was just a lackey. Besides being ordered to capture female maidens, he didn't know anything. Do you want to take a look? It's quite nasty, so I don't really recommend it. Sun Lingkai looked at Yuan. No, it's fine. Yuan politely refused. Although Sun Lingkai acted nonchalantly, reading another's memory was a dangerous act. Memories were not just images and thoughts. They carried the essence of a person's experiences, emotions, and even their will. To extract and absorb them was to open oneself to the lingering traces of the person's soul, an act that could be incredibly dangerous, especially when dealing with demon worshippers, whose very existence was steeped in corruption. If Sun Ling Kai wasn't careful, the malice and twisted beliefs of the demon worshipper could seep into her consciousness, corrupting her own thoughts and emotions. However, Yuan wasn't worried the memories could corrupt him. He just didn't want to subject himself to such unpleasant memories, especially when it wasn't necessary. But if it gets too hard for you, I can look at them instead, he said. Sun Ling Kai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I've extracted hundreds of demon worshippers' memories before without any issues." Chapter 1919, Yin Hara Situation. Chapter 1919, Yin Hara Situation. You're a master demon sealer. I don't qualify to worry about you. Yuan chuckled. That's not true. Your demon sealing aura is powerful enough to qualify as a master demon sealer, if you aren't one already. I'm definitely not a master demon sealer. If you say so. Sun Ling Kai continued to extract the memories of the next demon worshipper after Yuan partially unsealed them. Once again, the demon worshipper released an ear-piercing scream when Sun Ling Kai extracted his memories with a calm expression on her face, clearly unaffected by it. A few moments later, the demon worshipper went limp, his life extinguished. This continued for several more times, until Sun Ling Kai extracted the memories from all of the captured demon worshippers. In the end, only one of them had managed to survive, but he had been crippled so badly that he couldn't even utter a word properly. However, he didn't live long, as Sect leader Yuan ended his misery shortly after. "Did you learn anything?" Sect leader Yuan asked afterward. Sun Ling Kai nodded and said, "It appears there are several backgrounds involved. The Ling family, Chung family, Red Saber Mountain, and the Purple Rain Monastery. Are you familiar with these names?" Sect leader Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing these names, and she quickly said, "Of course. The Ling family is a prominent name in the business industry. The Chung family are renowned for their sword techniques and for producing many powerful sword masters. As for the Red Saber Mountain and Purple Rain Monastery, they're both above-average sections. How are they involved? From the memories I extracted, the demon worshippers we've captured belong to these places. Their positions within these places aren't very high, except for one of them, who turned out to be a sect elder of the Purple Rain Monastery. Their mission was to capture females who are still maidens and bring them to a certain area within the Smoldering desert. They'll be heading there soon. Hopefully, I will find your missing disciples there. I will come with you," Sect leader Yuan declared without hesitation. Sun Ling Kai raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't doubt your strength, but the environment there is quite harsh, especially for Ina tribute cultivators such as yourself. There's also a good chance we might encounter a demon there. That's. I also need someone to deal with the Ling family and the other three. You can deal with them while I deal with the Smoldering desert." "They'll come with you," Yuan suddenly said. Sun Ling Kai immediately nodded. "I can definitely use your help." Despite Yuan's low cultivation, Sun Ling Kai couldn't underestimate him, who could fight cultivators several realms above his cultivation. "What about us?" She merely asked. "You should assist Sect leader Yuan," Yuan said. "All right. Lead the way," Yuan said to Sun Ling Kai, who retrieved a flying treasure and gestured for him to ride it. Yuan jumped onto the flying treasure, which took the appearance of a painting and flew away with Sun Ling Kai. While they traveled, Sun Ling Kai spoke, "Since we have some time now, let's continue our conversation. Is Yin Hara in trouble?" Yuan asked. "Before I answer that, I must ask you, what exactly is your relationship with the Demon Sealing Clan and Senior Sister Yin?" "This is my relationship." Yuan retrieved his elite Demon Sealer's identification badge and showed it to her. "You're an elite Demon Sealer? With that level of Demon Sealing aura? I don't believe it. It's been a while since I've visited the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, so I haven't gotten the chance to improve my rank. As for my relationship with Yin Hara," Sorry if this seems rude, but I cannot fully trust you. Sun Ling Kai narrowed her eyes at Yuan's face, mask, and fell silent. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Senior Sister Yin has started gathering people for her own faction within the Demon Sealing clan, one that directly opposes the current leader. Of course, she didn't openly admit this, but her intentions are clear to everyone. I don't know how much you know about the Demon Sealing clan's current leader, but he is someone who fought desperately to reach his position, and someone like that won't let his position be threatened. Fortunately, because of the demon worshipper's activity, as well as the Demon Sealing Grotto's pressure, he has his hands full right now and cannot deal with Senior Sister Yin. However, I'm afraid that once things calm down, he will start clashing with Senior Sister Yin. Although Senior Sister Yin is very powerful, with connections to many influential figures in the clan, the leader has about 90% of the Demon Sealing clan on his side. It won't be an easy fight. Hearing this, Yuan asked, "What about you? Are you with Hara?" "Of course. We've known each other even before we joined the Demon Sealing clan. The only thing preventing us from being real sisters is our blood. That's why I'm very offended to hear you doubt me. Sorry, but as you said, Hara has essentially made herself a target within the Demon Sealing clan. It's not that extreme yet. At this moment, Senior Sister Yin is just gathering trustworthy people to her side, which isn't against the rules or anything, and until she does something that directly clashes with the clan leader, she's not in danger." "Where is she right now?" Yuan then asked. "I'm not sure, but she's definitely on a mission to deal with the demon worshippers right now. Hell, we're still looking for some ridiculously powerful demon that was last spotted in the fourth heaven." Yuan's body stiffened after hearing Sun Ling Kai's last several words. "Ridiculously powerful demon in the fourth heaven," he repeated. "Yes. This demon was first spotted a few years ago in the fourth heaven by some people from the Nine Heavens Law and Order." Sun Ling Kai started with a shrug. "However, the description they gave is ridiculous, and, quite frankly, nobody in the Demon Sealing clan truly believes it exists." Chapter 1920 Smoldering Desert. Chapter 1920 Smoldering Desert. This is my first time hearing about such a demon. Can you tell me more about it? Yuan asked. Sun Ling Kai nodded and said, "Then let me tell you what the Nine Heavens Law and Order told us. They claimed this demon was only at the Spirit King level when they first encountered it. Yet, this demon was able to overpower several immortals who have restricted their cultivation to the Divine King realm. The demon wielded two soul weapons, a spear and a sword. They even claimed the demon was able to use enhanced sword aura. They also claimed that this demon was able to regenerate from complete annihilation and even had the aura of a beast. Ridiculous, isn't it? Who would believe that such a demon would exist? It was common knowledge that demons don't use weapons, let alone soul weapons. And if they did, these weapons would be crafted from their own blood. Moreover, a demon using sword aura was unheard of, much less enhanced sword aura. I have never heard of a demon using soul weapons before," Yuan remarked. "Right." Sun Ling Kai suddenly fell silent. After a slight pause, she looked at Yuan with a doubtful expression and spoke. "Now that I think about it, are you suppressing your true cultivation? There's no way you're only at the second level of spirit enlightenment, right? After all, you were able to overpower those demon worshippers who were all divine lords." "He'll leave that to your imagination," Yuan calmly responded. "Even if he suppressed his cultivation, it still wouldn't make sense how he was able to fight several demon worshippers who were 4 realms stronger than him." Sun Ling Kai thought to herself, even if Yuan were a cultivation god, since he suppressed his cultivation to spirit enlightenment, his prowess would only be around that level. Even if his techniques were superior, it would be extremely hard to compensate for 4 entire realms of power difference. His prowess is similar to that demon. Although Sun Ling Kai compared Yuan's fighting prowess to the demon, she didn't entertain the possibility that they were the same individual, even for a split second. Sometime later, they arrived at the Smoldering Desert, a vast, desolate expanse where the air shimmered with intense heat and the landscape stretched endlessly with blazing sand dunes. There was no sign of civilization, only scorching winds, searing sunlight, and the ever-present danger of magical beasts that had long adapted to the harsh environment. How are you feeling? If the heat becomes too unbearable, let me know, Sun Ling Kai said as she veiled her body with a thick layer of spiritual energy that was constantly being melted away from the intense heat. He'll be fine, Yuan calmly responded. Due to his fire harmony, not only did he not feel the heat, but it was even comfortable for him. The way the heat is naturally being absorbed in his body. No way. He's achieved fire harmony. Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously after realizing this. There was almost no doubt in her mind that Yuan was hiding his true cultivation, as she couldn't fathom someone at the spirit enlightenment achieving fire harmony. Once we arrive at our destination, if we encounter any demons, please let me handle them. I'm not doubting your ability to seal demons, but I am on a mission, and I am technically your senior. However, if there's more than one demon, they'll probably need your help, Sun Ling Kai said as they neared their destination. Yuan nodded. He'll deal with the demon worshippers and secure the kidnapped victims, if they're still alive, while you deal with the demon. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai stopped the flying treasure above an empty area and said as she looked down, "They are beneath the sand. I can sense them. Out of the 42 presences I sense, only 3 of them have demonic energy. It's safe to assume that the other 39 are all kidnapped individuals." She continued, "As for the 3 with demonic energy, I'm certain that one of them is a demon. The other 2 are just demon worshippers, but they are both at the divine ancestor level. I'll leave them to you." "Sure," Yuan agreed without hesitation. "I'm going in." Sun Ling Kai tilted the flying treasure, angling it sharply until its front pointed directly toward the ground. Without hesitation, it plunged downward, cutting through the sand like a blade through silk. As they descended, the surface layer of sand gave way to reveal a hidden subterranean chamber, a spacious area filled with towering pillars of compressed sand sculpted over time. To their surprise, the scorching heat of the desert vanished almost instantly upon entry. Down here, the air was cool and still, a stark contrast to the inferno above, as if they had crossed into an entirely different world beneath the sand. The 42 individuals also came into view. 39 of them were bound tightly by black chains, their spiritual energy completely suppressed, leaving them weak and unable to resist. They sat or lay scattered across the sandy ground, expressions filled with exhaustion, fear, or quiet defiance. Not far from them, 2 humans stood watch. However, they seemed relaxed, their postures casual and unfocused, as if they didn't see the captives as a threat, nor expected any kind of interruption. "I'll leave them to you," Sun Ling Kai said. "Of course." Yuan immediately jumped off the flying treasure, landing between the 2 demon worshippers and the captives. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai flew toward the demon, who was slumbering not too far away. "What the fuck? Who are you? And how did you find this place?" The demon worshippers were immediately alerted by their sudden invasion, but they quickly relaxed upon seeing Yuan's cultivation base. "Your friend from the Red Saber Mountain told us," Yuan said as he retrieved number 1 under heaven, seemingly intent on finishing this as soon as possible. "The Red Saber Mountain? Bullshit. There's no way they would betray us," the demon worshippers exclaimed as they also withdrew their weapons. Chapter 1921, Rescuing the Captives. Chapter 1921, Rescuing the Captives. The moment the demon worshippers retrieved their weapons, Yuan wasted no time attacking them. Coincidentally, the demon worshippers were also wielding swords, and they were bewildered when they failed to activate their sword's ability to block Yuan's attack, almost as if an unseen force had sealed their swords. "Wah! My sword!" Yuan took advantage of their brief moment of shock and landed 2 swift and seemingly non-lethal strikes. At first, The demon worshippers didn't think much of the superficial injury they had received, a minor scratch at best. With a sneer, they quickly backed away from Yuan, unconcerned. But mere moments later, their expressions began to change. A strange stiffness crept through their limbs, slow at first, then rapidly intensifying. Their movements grew sluggish, their muscles locking up as an unnatural weight settled over their bodies. Panic flickered in their eyes as they realized the truth. Their bodies were turning to stone, they were being sealed. The two demon worshippers couldn't believe how quickly they had been defeated, and it was done by a mere spirit enlightenment cultivator. Yet, neither of them appeared too concerned for some reason. They looked at Yuan and sneered coldly. Don't think this is the end. You'll realize what a horrible mistake you've made, so our master will not let this. Their sentence was interrupted when they were fully sealed. After sealing the demon worshippers, Yuan went to help the captives by removing the black chains that suppressed their cultivation. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai immediately began working on sealing the demon after disturbing its rest. The demon didn't have any visible crystal on its outer appearance, meaning it was at least a demon general. It also had the cultivation of a peak immortal ascension. Sun Ling Kai was also at the peak of immortal ascension, since that was the limit of the sixth heaven. Yet, she wasn't worried about her opponent being a demon general. Sun Ling Kai fought with an elegance that bordered on artistry, almost as if she were painting. Her massive brush moved through the air in fluid, sweeping strokes, each motion resembling the graceful flourish of a master painter. But instead of ink and parchment, her canvas was the demon before her, and each stroke of the brush carried the weight of demon-sealing aura. Unlike Yuan, whose demon-sealing aura was powerful enough to seal demons near his level in a single strike, Sun Ling Kai had a slowly accumulated in the demon, slowly sealing it. While Sun Ling Kai wasn't overwhelming her opponent, she wasn't pressured by the demon either, and even had the leisure to speak while she fought it. You demons and your worshippers have been lurking in the shadows since the demon-sealing clan defeated most of the demons during the demonic era, Sun Ling Kai said coldly, her brush continuously striking the demon. What changed? Why are your worshippers suddenly acting so bold and brazen? The demon, despite slowly being sealed, smiled provocatively and responded in an amused tone. A new era is coming. What? Sun Ling Kai frowned at such ominous words. Do you really think demons will rule the world again? How foolish. The only reason you demons even managed to rule humans during the demonic era was due to the massive casualties caused by the heavenly war of immortals and gods that greatly diminished our population of powerhouses. Our numbers are not only much greater than before, but our strength has also improved drastically since then. Incomparably so. Meanwhile, all you demons have done since your defeat is hide and starve in the shadows. The demon laughed uncontrollably at Sun Ling Kai's words, which wasn't wrong. If the heavenly war of immortals and gods hadn't claimed so many lives, humans might not have been enslaved by the demons. Although demons are immortal, that immortality does not equate to limitless power. Like humans and beasts, demons require resources to grow, specifically flesh and blood, the raw essence of life. Without it, their strength stagnates and slowly decays. Since the end of the demonic era, demons have been forced into hiding with few opportunities to feed or cultivate their strength. Meanwhile, humankind has flourished, building powerful sects, expanding across realms, and growing ever stronger with access to abundant spiritual resources. What you experienced and witnessed during the demonic era was only a fraction of our demon clan's true power. The demon roared, its voice laced with hatred and madness. Soon, you livestock will learn what true fear is. And once again, you will live beneath our feet like the worms you are. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light as it stepped forward, unfazed by the demon-sealing aura assaulting it. You may have defeated us back then, but it was only because of the divine paragon. Without him, you humans are nothing, worthless insects. Then, its gaze narrowed on Sun Ling Kai and continued with a mocking sneer. And you, so-called demon sealers, you've grown weak, so much weaker than before. Your end is coming. And this time, there will be no one to save you. Ha ha ha. A chilling laugh erupted from its throat right before it was fully sealed. Although she had successfully sealed the demon, Sun Ling Kai felt no relief, no sense of victory or pride. If anything, a heavy unease settled over her heart. She took a deep breath and sighed, whatever these bastards are up to, well, definitely stop it. Meanwhile, moments before Sun Ling Kai sealed the demon, everything will be fine now, Yuan said to the captives as he released them. What about the demon? One of them asked. I came here with a master demon sealer from the demon sealing clan, and she's dealing with it now. There won't be any issues since there's only one of them. And no, the young lattice face exclaimed, her voice filled with horror. There is more than one demon here. Just as Sun Ling Kai turned to leave, her body suddenly froze mid-step. A new presence had emerged, not far from where she stood, and it was like a crushing wave of malice crashing down upon her senses. Her instincts screamed in alarm. This wasn't just another demon. Its aura was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was cold, suffocating, and utterly overwhelming, filled with a primordial hatred that seemed to rot the very air around it. A chill ran down her spine. Something terrifying had arrived. Chapter 1922, The Sudden Appearance of a Demon Emperor. Chapter 1922, The Sudden Appearance of a Demon Emperor. After sensing the overwhelming malicious presence, Sun Ling Kai had to force herself to turn around. Every instinct in her body warned her to run, yet she stood her ground. At first, she saw nothing, just the empty, distorted air ahead, heavy with oppressive energy. But then, a silhouette began to take shape, emerging slowly from the shadows, as if reality itself were bending to make way for it. Each step it took was deliberate, and with every step, the pressure grew heavier, colder, like a noose tightening around her soul. A second demon? How is that possible? My divine sense has been active and surrounding this place ever since we entered, yet I only just sensed it. Did it teleport in here, just now? Sun Ling Kai couldn't fathom how she could have missed this demon, who was emitting a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. To think ID returned to intruders. I only left for a couple of minutes, too. The silhouette spoke as it emerged from the shadow, revealing its appearance. Just like the demon general, this demon did not appear to have a crystal outside its body. However, its demonic energy and presence was several times stronger than the demon general, which could only mean one thing. A demon emperor. Sun Ling Kai muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible, laced with tension. She clenched her fists tightly, her jaw locking as pure fear crawled down her spine. After spending just a few moments in its presence, she began to recognize the undeniable familiarity in the aura. It was nearly identical to the one she had felt during the Supreme Demon Sealer examination a few years ago. The Demon Emperor, before Sun Ling Kai, was not the same one at the examination. It was a new one that she had never heard of or seen before. Fuck, what should I do? Sun Ling Kai could only stand there and ponder her limited options as the Demon Emperor slowly approached. Although both she and the Demon Emperor had their cultivation sealed to the peak of immortal ascension, Sun Ling Kai wasn't confident she'd be able to face this Demon Emperor even if she had her full cultivation and the demon didn't. She could try running away, but that would bring shame to her status as a master demon sealer. Not to mention Yuan and the captives were not far away from her. If she ran, they would most certainly die. The Demon Emperor suddenly stopped before the sealed demon general. After a brief pause, it placed its palm on the sealed demon and began infusing demonic energy into it. A moment later, cracks began appearing on the sealed demon. It's unsealing the other demon. Seeing this, Sun Ling Kai instinctively attacked the Demon Emperor. Without even glancing in Sun Ling Kai's direction, the Demon Emperor casually flicked its hand, a motion so effortless it almost seemed dismissive. In that instant, a massive wave of demonic energy surged forth, thick, black, and seething with malice. It struck Sun Ling Kai like a collapsing mountain, the sheer force of it leaving no room to resist. Her body was violently repelled, sent flying through the air as if she were nothing more than a leaf caught in a storm. By the time Sun Ling Kai stabilized herself, which only took a second, the sealed demon was released from its stone prison. "I apologize for my incompetence, Emperor." The demon general kneeled before the demon emperor. The demon emperor calmly gazed upon the demon and spoke, "Take care of the other invader. I'll deal with this livestock myself." "As you command." The demon general left without any delay, ignoring Sun Ling Kai, who could only watch as it disappeared. "You should be fine." Sun Ling Kai wasn't too worried for Yuan, who she was sure was hiding his true cultivation. "I won't be able to defeat this demon emperor by myself, so I can only try to hold it off until he defeats that demon general." Sun Ling Kai could only rely on Yuan's assistance to defeat this demon emperor, but even that seemed unlikely. According to what she heard from others in the Demon Sealing clan, it took their clan leader, as well as 2 supreme demon sealers, to capture the other demon emperor, and they were all at full strength. Meanwhile, she was only a master demon sealer. It'd take a miracle for her to hold off the demon emperor for a few minutes, let alone seal it. "Let's just focus on defense until Xiao Yang arrives," Sun Ling Kai thought to herself as she prepared to fight the demon emperor, who merely stood there in silence. At the same time, the demon general appeared before Yuan and the captives, who were trembling in fear due to the demon emperor's presence that filled the entire space there. The pressure was so terrifying and suffocating that the captives couldn't even stand up despite their cultivation returning, let alone escape. Spirit enlightenment? How did a weakling like you seal those 2 idiots? The demon general narrowed its eyes at Yuan after accessing the situation, its gaze filled with confusion. "Don't worry, you'll experience it for yourself in just a moment," Yuan calmly said. "Oomph. Ridiculous." The demon general sneered. Yuan turned to face the captives and said, "Close your eyes. All of you. It'll be over in just a moment." Hearing his soothing voice, calm and steady like a gentle breeze, the captives felt an unexpected sense of comfort wash over them. Without realizing it, they all began to close their eyes tightly. "Normally, I'd use you to entertain me before I kill you. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today since I need to help that girl as soon as possible. So if you don't mind," the demon general interrupted with a cold laugh, "using me as entertainment? I should be saying that to you." In a fit of rage, the demon general lunged toward Yuan, or at least it tried to. But the moment it moved, its body suddenly froze, locked in place by an unseen force. Confusion flashed across its face as it looked down to find several sword-shaped lights piercing through its body, glowing with pure, radiant energy that sizzled against its flesh. What? Where did this come from? It muttered in a daze, eyes wide with disbelief as it sensed an unfamiliar sensation, pain. Swords of eternal torment. When the demon general lifted its head up again, Yuan was already standing right before it with a humble-looking red sword in his grasp. The demon general's eyes widened some more after sensing the terrifying demon sealing aura being emitted by the sword, and its body trembled in fear as it recalled this forgotten feeling called fear. That sword. Why do you? Yuan flicked his arm, and with a surreal grace, he swung the blade in a perfect horizontal arc, its path tracing cleanly across the demon's neck. The movement was strange, slow and fast all at once. There was no wasted motion, no dramatic flourish, and the demon's head came cleanly off, its body completely sealed in an instant, long before its head could even reach the ground. Thud! The demon's head hit the sand with a muffled thud, sinking slightly into the soft grains, and its face was locked in a terrified expression, wide eyes filled with the dawning horror of realization. Chapter 1923, Facing the Demon Emperor. Chapter 1923, Facing the Demon Emperor after sealing the Demon General. Yuan said to the captives, trembling in fear behind him, "You can open your eyes again. I have dealt with the demon." When the captives opened their eyes, their faces became filled with shock after seeing the sealed demon. After all, only a few seconds had passed since they were told to close their eyes. He sealed a demon general in seconds? How is that even possible? The captives couldn't comprehend it. Yuan continued, "Unfortunately, there is still a demon that needs to be dealt with. Stay here and don't move until I return. Otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee your safety." Without waiting for their response, Yuan left the scene and moved toward the Demon Emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai started her battle with the Demon Emperor shortly after the Demon General left. "If you're not going to attack, it'll come to you," the Demon Emperor spoke as it slowly approached Sun Ling Kai. Gritting her teeth, Sun Ling Kai quickly pulled out several paintings and threw them into the air. They floated around them, forming a circle. Moments later, the scrolls opened up, releasing a wave of demon sealing aura that created a protective barrier. The purpose of the barrier was to weaken any demons caught within, much like Yuan's demon sealing zone. However, the Demon Emperor didn't so much as flinch, standing unaffected as though the aura had no effect on it at all. "You demon sealers have truly fallen. Compared to those of the past, your demon sealing aura is laughably weak," the Demon Emperor said, his voice laced with both mockery and disappointment. Sun Ling Kai did her best to ignore the Demon Emperor's taunts and continued to bombard it with demon sealing aura. But with the Demon Emperor treating her attacks as no more than empty air, the vast gap between them quickly became undeniable and overwhelming. The Demon Emperor suddenly vanished from Sun Ling Kai's sight, and in the blink of an eye, before she could even react, she found herself sprawled on the ground, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Sun Ling Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood. What just happened?" she screamed inwardly. Lifting her gaze, she saw the Demon Emperor standing over her, its eyes cold and condescending, like it was merely observing a crushed insect. "Consider yourself fortunate. I'd kill you, but your pure essence will serve my goals far too well," the Demon Emperor remarked coldly. "What do you need my pure essence for?" she asked, her voice strained. Despite the seemingly brutal state of her body, such injuries were superficial for an immortal like Sun Ling Kai. As long as her dantian and soul remained unharmed, she could easily recover from such injuries. "What do you think? I'm going to use your pure essence to refine the key." "Key? Are you trying to unseal the demonic realm?" she exclaimed. "Oh, I guess you're not that clueless after all. Your plan won't succeed. The Demon Sealing Clan will never allow the demonic realm to open." Sun Ling Kai gritted her teeth. "Ha ha ha. The Demon Sealing Clan? You speak as if you guys have the same power as before. Without the Divine Paragon, you guys are powerless. We're not alone. Are you talking about the Demon Sealing Grotto? Even if there are 100 of you, it won't change anything. If you want to stop us, you better dig the Divine Paragon out of his grave or something." "Dig the Divine Paragon from his grave? We never even saw his corpse." Sun Ling Kai sighed inwardly. The Divine Paragon had vanished without a trace at the end of the demonic era. No matter how many resources were poured into searching for him, not a single clue was ever found. "It may sound insane, but I truly regret that the Divine Paragon is no longer around," the Demon Emperor said, eyes fixed on the sand-carved ceiling. "The only reason I've made it this far is because of the hatred I bear for that man. I'd give anything to watch him on his knees, begging for his life." "That's not quite right." A new voice echoed through the air, calm yet unmistakably firm. The Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the masked figure standing silently in the distance. "You're only standing there now because you ran away, tail tucked between your legs like a frightened cat." Yuan spoke calmly as he walked toward them, his eyes fixed on Sun Ling Kai, who was lying on the ground with all of her limbs twisted in a gruesome manner. However, He wasn't too concerned about her condition since he could tell that her life wasn't in danger. What happened to the demon I sent after you? I can't sense his presence, but there's no way he would have fled. The demon emperor questioned Yuan after realizing this, not even entertaining the possibility that the demon general had been sealed in such a short time by a spirit enlightenment cultivator. And I can't just ignore what you said. Ran away like a frightened cat? You'll regret those words. The demon emperor remained composed, its calm demeanor betraying utter confidence, like it could crush an insect like Yuan whenever it wished. Isn't it the truth, though? Once you realized you couldn't defeat me, you, along with Carnage and that other demon emperor, fled like cowards. The demon emperor's expression darkened. It wasn't because Yuan had struck a nerve with facts or that had mentioned Demon Emperor Carnage by his demon name, something only very few knew, but because he spoke as if they had been the ones retreating from him. Xiaoyang, where are you? Sun Ling Kai muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yuan met her gaze and said softly, "Thank you for not running away and risking your life to face this demon emperor. We'll take it from here." Then, without another word, he raised his hand to his mask and slowly removed it. The moment the demon emperor saw Yuan's handsome face, its expression contorted with shock and instinctive fear. Without hesitation, it leapt away from Sun Ling Kai's side and distanced itself. "The divine paragon," it exclaimed afterward. Chapter 1924 Demon Sealing Sword. Chapter 1924 Demon Sealing Sword. Sun Ling Kai stared at Yuan's face, stunned. It was identical to the statue enshrined in the Demon Sealing clan's grand library. Handsome, timeless, and unmistakable. It had been years since Sun Ling Kai last saw Yuan, and in that time he had matured. He no longer merely resembled the divine paragon. He was his exact likeness, down to the last detail. Founder. That's impossible. Sun Ling Kai had spent many years gazing at the divine paragon statue since she joined the Demon Sealing clan, and as a painter who painted countless pieces of him, there was no way she could mistake his features. Yet even now, she struggled to believe what her eyes were showing her. "Your first instinct is to run again? I thought you wanted to see me, Demon Emperor Slaughter," Yuan said coldly as he walked towards Sun Ling Kai's battered body. When Yuan reached her side, he retrieved a recovery pill and gently placed it in her mouth. Just as Sun Ling Kai had once been forced to watch the Demon Emperor free the Demon General from his seal, Demon Emperor Slaughter could now only watch helplessly as Yuan healed her, its body paralyzed by fear. "Founder, is it really you? Where have you been this entire time?" Sun Ling Kai asked, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. A faint smile touched Yuan's lips as he replied calmly, "I'll explain everything once I've handled our little situation here." After treating Sun Ling Kai, Yuan turned to face the Demon Emperor, who looked like it had just seen a ghost. "Why do you look so surprised to see me? Didn't Demon Emperor Carnage tell of my return?" Yuan asked, having assumed the news would have spread after their brief encounter years ago. "Carnage knew. Impossible. We spoke not long ago. He never mentioned anything about your return." Demon Emperor Slaughter exclaimed. "He didn't? How odd. Well, whatever reason he has for keeping it to himself, I'm not complaining. This works better for me anyway. You hateful bastard. How the fuck are you still alive? It's been hundreds of millions of years since the demonic era ended. No human should live that long." Yuan narrowed his eyes. "If you demons, beings beneath me, can live that long, then why shouldn't I? In case you forgot, let me remind you something, that I won't take my last breath until I eradicate every single demon in existence." Sure enough, Demon Emperor Slaughter can still vividly recall the divine paragon always uttering such words whenever they clashed. "No, I don't know why you look like the divine paragon, but you can't be him, right? You're only at the level of spirit enlightenment, and I can tell that's your real cultivation. Since when did my cultivation ever matter?" Yuan scoffed. "I wiped out half your race before I even stepped into the immortal realm." Demon Emperor Slaughter clenched its jaw in frustration, the bitter memory surfacing once more. During the demonic era, the divine paragon had defied all logic, slaughtering demons with a cultivation far beneath theirs, turning their pride into shame. Unlike battles between cultivators, fighting demons hinged on one thing: the strength of one's demon-sealing aura, and in that regard, no one even came close to the divine paragon. Since you refuse to believe I've truly returned, there's only one option left. It'll beat the reality into you. Yuan retrieved the crimson blade from his spatial ring again, the very sword he had used to seal the demon general. That sword, the demon-sealing sword. Demon Emperor Slaughter trembled at the sight of it. That weapon had sealed countless demons, and its presence alone stirred deep, ancestral fear within its core. The demon-sealing sword, the strongest of the 3 demon-sealing treasures. Sun Ling Kai gasped, just as stunned by its appearance. No one had seen the legendary weapon since the divine paragon vanished, and most had long believed it was lost with him. Upon sensing the demon emperor's presence, the demon-sealing sword began to tremble, as if quivering with anticipation, eager to taste demonic blood once more. "It's been too long since you had a proper meal, hasn't it?" Yuan murmured to the blade. "Don't worry, we'll give you a feast soon." Yuan then retrieved another treasure from his spatial ring, and it was another ring. That ring. It took her a moment, but Sun Ling Kai recognized the ring. It was a mysterious treasure that had long rested within the demon-sealing clan's grand library treasury. Though its purpose remained unknown, it had astronomical value because it was once owned by the divine paragon. Sure enough, this ring was the unknown sealed ring Yuan had acquired in the demon-sealing clan's grand library treasury for 2,000 points after passing his elite demon sealer examination, and other than the divine paragon himself, nobody knew of its true purpose. Once the ring was in his grasp, Yuan bit his lip until blood welled up, then pressed a gentle kiss to the surface. The unknown sealed ring suddenly shattered into countless fragments, each shard drawn toward the demon's sealing sword before being absorbed into the blade, as if returning to where it truly belonged. After absorbing the ring, the demon's sealing sword erupted with an overwhelming surge of demon sealing aura. The aura was so potent that it began sealing Demon Emperor Slaughter merely by proximity. Demon Devouring Sword. Grade. Celestial. Quality. Peak. Requirement. Can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description. Once wielded by the divine paragon, not only does it seal demons, but can also devour them, using their demonic energy to strengthen itself. Unique ability. When wielding the Demon Devouring Sword, all demon sealing techniques will have their power amplified by 666,666%. Unique ability. 2. The Demon Devouring Sword can devour demons and their souls, turning them into its own strength. Unique ability. 3. You can summon the soul of demons devoured by the Demon Devouring Sword. Chi consumption increases based on the summoned demon strength. Unique ability. For when Demon Devouring Sword is out, all demons within its vicinity will be greatly weakened, and all demons below Demon Emperor will have their abilities sealed. Chapter 1925 Demon Devouring Sword. Chapter 1925 Demon Devouring Sword. Did you know? The Demon Sealing Sword was once an ordinary sword that evolved through the demon blood. It was constantly soaked in. Yuan calmly revealed this information as he looked at the sword in his grasp. If it hadn't been protected by his demon sealing aura, the demon sealing sword would have most likely evolved into a cursed treasure instead. I need to run. At the sight of the demon sealing sword, the demon emperor abandoned all thoughts of battle. Fear took hold, and it began desperately searching for a way to escape. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the demon emperor, a grin tugging at his lips. That look, trying to run again? The demon emperor's entire being trembled at his words, shock rippling through it. Instinct took over, and it bolted, only to crash against an invisible barrier. Yuan had activated the demon sealing zone long before, silently trapping it within. Ha ha ha! Yuan suddenly burst out laughing, his voice loud enough to shake the space around them. Founder! Startled, Sun Ling Kai's body jumped slightly. This is too hilarious. If only you had remained inside your hole after I allowed you to escape the last time, you wouldn't be in this situation, Demon Emperor. If you think you can escape from me a second time, think again. Yuan chased after the Demon Emperor with the demon devouring sword in his grasp, its blade trembling from anticipation. Devour this coward! Yuan swung his sword from a distance. In the very next moment, the Demon Emperor's right arm vanished, erased from existence, as if devoured by an unseen force. Normally, a wound like this would be meaningless to a demon, as their godlike regeneration would restore the damage in an instant. But this time, the Demon Emperor's arm remained gone, as if it had been erased from existence itself. Fuck! You goddamn bastard, Divine Paragon! The Demon Emperor roared angrily. Knowing it could not escape, it decided to fight to the death instead and lunged at Yuan. That's more like it. Dragon Transformation. Although Yuan activated Dragon Transformation to bridge the gap in Cultivation, the Demon Emperor still held the advantage, remaining slightly faster and stronger than him. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor was missing a limb, and Yuan's regeneration rivaled demons. Of course, Yuan's most significant advantage was his overwhelming demon-sealing aura, which greatly weakened the Demon Emperor's combat prowess. Without it, Yuan wouldn't have stood a chance against it, much less dominated. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai watched their clash with a dazed, almost dreamlike gaze. When she snapped out of it, she retrieved a blank scroll and her brush. Despite the lingering pain in her still healing arms, she began to paint, capturing the battle unfolding before her. This is it. I was born to witness and paint this scene. Sun Ling Kai's eyes sparkled with fervor, her heart pounding, her blood ablaze. Every detail of the battle seared itself into her soul as she poured it all into her painting. As Yuan and the Demon Emperor continued clashing, the sheer force of their battle grew overwhelming. The surrounding landscape began to crumble under the pressure, collapsing in on itself as their power tore through everything in its path. Seeing the devastation unfold, Sun Ling Kai quickly used her spiritual energy to shield the captives from afar, even transporting them to safety. Yet she herself remained in the heart of the battlefield, unmoving, unwilling to miss a single moment, even if it meant risking her life to witness and capture history in the making. Stop toying with me, Divine Paragon! The Demon Emperor suddenly roared. It knew Yuan was only messing around since he hasn't used Devour again after the first one. Are you in that much of a hurry to die? Then allow me to fulfill your wish. Devour! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Demon Emperor's remaining limbs were devoured by the demon devouring sword. What kind of ability is that? Does it have no limit? Sun Ling Kai swallowed hard, her nerves trembling at the demon devouring sword's godlike power. She had believed herself well-versed in its history, having studied every record available. But witnessing it in action shattered that illusion. There was still so much the world didn't know about the Divine Paragon and his demon-sealing treasures. This isn't over yet, Divine Paragon. Even with all its limbs erased from existence, the Demon Emperor refused to yield. Its mutilated form still radiated overwhelming menace and bloodlust. Hovering in the air, its body twisted unnaturally, and from its back, two massive, blood-soaked wings burst forth, beating with raw, defiant fury. Endless slaughter. A crimson barrier, formed from blood and eerily reminiscent of Demon Emperor Carnage's blood sphere, suddenly materialized, encasing both Yuan and the Demon Emperor within its ominous glow. However, before the barrier could fully form, Yuan slashed through it with ease, tearing it apart like fragile paper. "What do you think you're doing?" he said coldly, his voice laced with offense. "That trick might have worked on other demon sealers, but who do you think you're facing? Are you looking down on me, you demon bastard? You fucking monster!" The demon emperor gritted its teeth. Yuan grinned at its words. Let me show you what a real monster looks like. With a single vertical slash, Yuan tore through the air, rending open a gap in space itself. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the rift, its presence radiating an ominous aura eerily similar to the demon emperor's, heavy with malice and bloodlust. Demon Emperor Slaughter's eyes widened in shock the moment it saw the figure. It wasn't just familiar. It was someone had once fought alongside, a former comrade from an era long past. Demon Emperor Malice. Demon Emperor Slaughter muttered in a dazed voice. The presence Yuan had summoned with the demon devouring sword was none other than Demon Emperor Malice, one of the 9 demon emperors he had slain during the demonic era. Chapter 1926 Devouring the Demon Emperor. Chapter 1926 Devouring the Demon Emperor, that level of demonic energy. Another demon emperor has appeared. What is happening? Sun Ling Kai's jaw dropped after seeing Demon Emperor Malik's sudden appearance. It was so shocking that it forced her to stop painting briefly. You probably already know this, but in case you don't, Malice was the first demon emperor to be slain by me. Although Malice wasn't the strongest amongst the demon emperors, he came the closest to defeating me, mostly because I was still inexperienced back then. Yuan looked back at their battle as his gaze stared at Demon Emperor Malice, who stood there with a blank look on its face, resembling a soulless puppet. He gave a simple gesture, beckoning the figure forward. In response, Demon Emperor Malice stepped toward him, and without hesitation, dropped to its knees, then lowered itself further until it was bowing low, its forearms to the ground in a show of absolute submission. Demon Emperor Slaughter's eyes widened in a mix of shock and fury as it watched Yuan calmly sit atop Demon Emperor Malice's back, using its fellow Demon Emperor as if it were nothing more than a chair. How dare you? Demon Emperor Slaughter roared, his aura skyrocketing from rage. Why wouldn't I dare? Once I devour you in a moment, it'll make you wash my clothes or something. Yuan casually mocked it. You and I, the Demon Clan, cannot coexist under the same sky. Demon Emperor Slaughter roared, unleashing a torrent of bloodlust so overwhelming it seemed to shake the very air around them. A blood-red aura erupted around Demon Emperor Slaughter as it launched itself at Yuan, recklessly hurling its body forward, completely disregarding its own safety in a frenzy of rage. Why are you stating the obvious? The first thing you demons did after appearing in our world is treat humans as livestock. Yuan sneered as he stood up from his seat and prepared to face the approaching Demon Emperor. Demon Devouring Strike. As the Demon Emperor closed in, Yuan swung the Demon Devouring Sword without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, mid-attack, the Demon Emperor vanished, its entire existence seemingly erased, as if it had never been there at all. Did you defeat the Demon Emperor? Sun Ling Kai suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Yes, it's dealt with now, Yuan calmly responded. No way. Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously. Despite witnessing it herself, she still couldn't believe how easily Yuan had defeated the Demon Emperor, an existence that could threaten the entire Demon Sealing clan. Are you okay? Yuan asked as he approached her. Why, yes. When Sun Ling Kai realized that she was still sitting on the floor, she quickly stood up. Thank you for saving my life, Founder. About that Founder thing, Yuan retrieved the necklace Sun Ling Kai had given him before and showed it to her. Huh? That necklace. Sun Ling Kai's eyebrows rose, looking confused, but not because she didn't recognize the necklace. But I gave that to the little Founder, she muttered. Yuan smiled at her words and explained, That's right. It's me, Yuan. What? Sun Ling Kai stared at his handsome face with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Yuan, he repeated in a firmer tone. But I know what you're thinking. I am Yuan, but I am also the Divine Paragon. I am his reincarnation. Sun Ling Kai gazed at Yuan, her face blank with disbelief, until the weight of what she had just heard sank in, and her expression shifted into utter shock. At that moment, all Sun Ling Kai could think about were the jokes made about Yuan being the reincarnation of the divine paragon because of his uncanny resemblance. What once seemed like idle talk amongst the divine paragon fanatics had turned out to be the truth. I apologize for tricking you. I had to make sure you were trustworthy, since my existence could drastically affect everyone in the Demon Sealing clan. Sun Ling Kai shook her head and said, "You don't have to apologize. I completely understand. However, I must ask, does Senior Sister Yin know about this?" "Yes, she knows of my true identity, and you are the second person within the Demon Sealing clan to know." Wait a second. Is that why she started gathering people? He nodded and explained, "We plan on removing the current clan leader from his position. That's why she's gathering trustworthy people." "Jinshu, is there any particular reason why?" "Of course, I don't have any issues with it. In fact, I believe you should lead the Demon Sealing clan again. Do you remember that incident during the Supreme Demon Sealer examination?" "Of course. It only happened a few years ago, and because of that incident, our relationship with the Demon Sealing Grotto has hit rock bottom. We're on the verge of war right now." "No, we're already past that point." "Well, I don't know why, but Qian planned that to happen. Moreover, there's something off about him. I can't pinpoint it, but that's what my instincts are telling me." "Are you saying that Qian, the current leader of the Demon Sealing clan, is a demon?" Sun Ling Kai exclaimed. "No, there's no proof that he's a demon, nor am I saying he's a demon. However, there's definitely something odd about his existence. We'll try to look deeper into it once I reach the seventh heaven." Is there anything I can do to help you? Although my abilities as a demon sealer may be lacking, there should be something I can do to help. Since Senior Sister Yin has decided to fight against the clan leader, I cannot sit back and do nothing." "You want to help, huh?" "I'm not sure what to tell you, but if you want, you can go talk to Yin Hara. I'm sure she'll have an idea." "Okay." Sun Ling Kai eagerly nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1927 Returning to the Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect. Chapter 1927 Returning to the Frozen Cloud, Ethereal Sect. By the way, why are you hiding your identity, even going as far as to wear a mask? Sun Ling Kai asked Yuan when he wore his mask again. "Do you remember that demon the Nine Heavens Law and Order warned you about? That ridiculous and unbelievable existence? What about it?" "Well, that demon is me," Yuan calmly revealed. "What?" Sun Ling Kai exclaimed loudly, her eyes wide with shock. "They mistook me for a demon because of my regenerative abilities," Yuan shrugged. "Did you really kill one of them?" "If you hadn't done that." "Yes, I did kill one of them. They wouldn't listen to me and got on my nerves." Sun Ling Kai then spoke in a cold voice. "Those bastards dared to call the founder of the Demon Sealing clan a demon. You should have killed all of them." Yuan smiled and said, "Let's continue our conversation later. There's still people waiting for us to return." "Okay." Sometime later, Yuan and Sun Ling Kai returned to the captive side. Moreover, before then, Yuan devoured the demon general, who was only sealed. "The demons have been dealt with. Right now, we'll take you to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, where we will sort everything out and help you return to your home," Sun Ling Kai said to the captives, who immediately began crying from an overwhelming sense of relief. Sun Ling Kai retrieved her flying treasure, which could have its size adjusted and made it spacious enough to carry everyone there. Once the captives were on the flying treasure, they began their journey back to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. It didn't take long for them to uncover solid evidence implicating the entire Chung family and Ling family in the cult's activities. As for Red Saber Mountain and Purple Rain Monastery, the investigation revealed that only a handful of individuals were involved and the sects themselves were not wholly complicit. Due to the incident, both the Chung family and the Ling family were executed. Once Yuan and Sun Ling Kai arrived at their destination, the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect immediately began assisting the captives in reuniting with their families. Fortunately, Those who had been kidnapped from the sect were still alive and among the rescued. I cannot thank you enough for your help. Senior Sunday, sect leader Yuan bowed to her. I didn't do much. In fact, Xiaoyang here did most of the work, Sun Lingkai said. That's not true. It was Senior Sun who defeated the demons. I merely assisted her. Yuan shook his head. Demons? You encountered demons? Sect leader Yuan exclaimed in shock. Yes, there were 2 of them. Fortunately, they weren't anything special, or we wouldn't have been able to return in one piece. Yuan and Sun Ling Kai agreed to keep the appearance of the Demon Emperor a secret for now. After all, no one would believe that the 2 of them had defeated both a Demon Emperor and a Demon General. It would attract unwanted attention to Yuan. As for the captives, they knew almost nothing about demons and couldn't distinguish their ranks. Because of that, Yuan wasn't concerned about them revealing the truth. Anyway, I have dealt with the demons, and I even learned something about the reason behind their unusual activities. So I will be returning to the Demon Sealing Clan soon, Sun Lingkai said. Before leaving, Sun Lingkai and Yuan had one last private conversation. I'm allowed to let the Demon Sealing Clan know about the demon's motives, right? Of course, I won't mention anything about the Demon Emperor, Sun Lingkai asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, go ahead and tell them. We must stop the demons from unsealing the demon realm at all costs. However, Yuan then said, actually, regarding the demon realm, I also plan on unsealing it. What? Why would you do something like that? I'm not questioning your decision. I just want to know your reasoning so that I can better understand it. Regardless of the demon's motives, it's true that the seal to the demon realm isn't everlasting. It will eventually break, and once it does, we'll have another war with the demons. Unless all demons are defeated, including those in the demon realm, we will never truly be safe. Since it will eventually open, I might as well open it myself. Also, the demons will continue to kidnap and sacrifice humans until they achieve their goal. I see. That makes sense. In that case, maybe it'd be better to not let the Demon Sealing Clan know about it. They will definitely increase the security of the demon realm once they learn about the demon's plan to unseal it. It will make for a good distraction. I don't intend on unsealing the demon realm until I take care of Qianshu. Anyway. I cannot wait to see you lead the Demon Sealing Clan again. Sun Ling Kai muttered with a dreamy look on her face. Yuan chuckled and said, but I don't have any intention of leading the Demon Sealing Clan. What? If you don't, who will replace Qianshu? Hara. I'm going to make her the next leader. No way. Then what are you going to do? I have countless other things to do. Moreover, the Demon Sealing Clan will become obsolete once there are no longer any demons left. That won't happen. Even if there are no more demons left in this world, the Demon Sealing Clan will not perish. I didn't say they'll disappear. They'll just lose their purpose and we'll have to find other things to focus on. That's... Sun Ling Kai couldn't refute this inevitability. I guess we'll have to figure out once we get there. Anyway, is there really nothing I can do to help you before I leave? Unless you can help me improve my cold immunity or enter the 7th heaven in complete secrecy, I can't think of anything else, he said. Your cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai raised her eyebrows. Chapter 1928 Yuan's Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1928 Yuan's Heavenly Tribulation. Is that why you were at the Extreme Lake? To improve your cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai asked. That's right. I need to train my body in a place with extremely strong yin qi. Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I might be able to help you in this regard. She retrieved a scrolled painting from her spatial ring and continued. This is one of my masterpieces. It's called The Cold That Cuts Heaven, and I painted it when I visited the White Hell, one of 4 forbidden zones within the 9 heavens. White Hell? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his curiosity sparked upon learning it was one of the 4 gateways to hell, much like the Vanishing Valley. It's a land where the snow never stops falling, a world buried in endless white, which is how it got its name, Sun Ling Kai explained. It's also one of the coldest places in the 9 heavens. Even immortals can freeze to death there. I see. So how exactly will that painting help me improve my cold immunity? Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. In response, Sun Ling Kai unfurled the scroll. The moment it opened, a wave of chilling aura surged out, instantly filling the room with an icy presence so intense that frost began creeping across the walls, freezing everything in sight. As for the painting itself, it depicted the peak of a towering snowy mountain, majestic and desolate, its summit shrouded in swirling frost, capturing the very essence of an eternal winter. This is one of many snowy mountains within White Hell, Sun Ling Kai explained. I can send people inside, and the environment and temperature are nearly identical to the real thing. If you're looking to train your cold immunity, this is the perfect place. Training inside a painting, huh? That's a first for me, Yuan said, raising an eyebrow with mild amusement. Sun Ling Kai offered an awkward smile. To be honest, this painting was originally meant to trap enemies. It's more of a torture chamber than a training ground. That's fine by me. The harsher the environment, the faster my cold immunity will improve. Sun Ling Kai added, also, you're trying to reach the 7th heaven without drawing attention, right? I haven't tested it before, but in theory, I might be able to smuggle you in using this method. Oh, since I don't know if ITLL actually work, I'm going to try it out on someone else first, she continued. They'll just find someone who's willing to participate in this experiment and take them to the 7th heaven with me when I visit the Demon Sealing Clan's headquarters. After I finish reporting to the Demon Sealing Clan, I will return here to help you with your cold immunity training, she explained. All right, then I will wait for you here at the Sect. How long do you think ITLL take for you to return? Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before responding. It shouldn't take longer than a month. Then I will see you in a month. Sun Ling Kai left the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect shortly after. Before heading to the 7th heaven, Sun Ling Kai went to look for a guinea pig for her experiment. After some thinking, she went to a prominent family in the 6th heaven and offered one of her treasured paintings to whoever was willing to assist her experiment. Due to Sun Ling Kai's reputation, she didn't have any issue gaining their trust, and with such an attractive offer, it didn't take long before she acquired a volunteer. Once prepared, Sun Ling Kai transferred the volunteer into one of her paintings before making her way to the stairway to heaven. However, she was unable to ascend to the 7th heaven because the stairway to heaven had detected the volunteer's presence within her treasure. So I can't use the stairway to heaven, huh? Fortunately, Sun Ling Kai was not out of options. After the attempt to smuggle a volunteer through the stairway to heaven failed, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a rare and valuable treasure, one that allowed her to return directly to the 7th heaven without relying on the stairway to heaven. It was a one-time use teleportation treasure, capable of sending its user to any previously marked location. Unlike most teleportation treasures, which were restricted to the same or lower realm, this one had no limitations. Despite its rarity and staggering cost, Sun Ling Kai didn't hesitate to use it for her experiment. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai returned to the 7th heaven. After her return, she immediately retrieved her painting and the volunteer from it. It worked. She cried inwardly after seeing the volunteer in perfect condition. Now, I just need to return to the 6th heaven and do it again with the founder. Meanwhile, as he waited for Sun Ling Kai's return, Yuan absorbed the spiritual energy refined by the demon devouring sword. After reaching the peak of spirit enlightenment, Yuan pondered whether he should attempt to enter the divine realm. If I'm going to enter the 7th heaven soon, I should enter the divine realm before I do so. Hopefully, my physique won't prevent me from doing so. Yuan closed his eyes and began attempting to enter the divine realm. Hearing the notifications, Yuan opened his eyes. Heavenly tribulation. Huh. He wasn't surprised that he had evoked a heavenly tribulation since every cultivator had to face a minor tribulation to ascend from the spirit realm to the divine realm. Just as Yuan stood up and prepared to leave his living quarters to confront the heavenly tribulation, another notification appeared. Meanwhile, the skies above the frozen cloud, Ethereal Sect darkened as ominous black clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rumbled in the distance, its echo rolling across the land, audible from miles away. Heavenly tribulation. Someone triggered a heavenly tribulation. The disciples were shocked and alerted by the phenomenon. Chapter 1929, Entering the Divine Realm. Chapter 1929, Entering the Divine Realm. Yuan stared at the new notifications with raised eyebrows. He didn't know the Celestial Emperor's curse had such an effect since it wasn't mentioned in its description. Before Yuan could even step outside or prepare himself, the heavenly tribulation struck without warning. The dark clouds above the frozen cloud, Ethereal Sect, roared with fury as a colossal bolt of lightning, large enough to engulf an entire building, crashed down, striking both Yuan and his house in a blinding explosion of light and power. The house was instantly vaporized by the heavenly tribulation. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of the strike, the nearby buildings remained untouched. The destruction was eerily precise, confined solely to Yuan's house, as if the heavenly tribulation possessed a will of its own, targeting only its intended prey. Heavens! That power! This is a major heavenly tribulation. Is someone attempting to break their mortal shackles right now? The disciples scattered in panic, fleeing as far as they could from the terrifying display in the sky. Normally, only those who had committed grave offenses against the heavens, or those attempting to ascend into the immortal realm, would trigger a major heavenly tribulation. The sheer scale of what they were witnessing filled them with dread and awe. Yuan, are you okay? Shi Meili and Tan Song Yuan, who lived in separate buildings beside Yuan's, rushed out the moment they sensed the commotion. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw that Yuan's house had vanished, replaced by a smoldering crater where it once stood. It's a heavenly tribulation, a major one at that, Tan Song Yuan exclaimed after seeing the darkened sky. But why did one appear now? And why did it target him? A moment later, a figure suddenly leapt from the crater, rising into the sky with effortless grace. It was Yuan, and to everyone's astonishment, he looked completely unscathed, as if the heavenly tribulation hadn't touched him at all. Because the heavenly tribulation was lightning attributed, it was useless against Yuan's flawless heavenly physique. The divine energy that would have devastated others merely washed over him without leaving a mark. Don't worry, I am fine. I have experienced worse in the primal expanse, Yuan said. As if provoked by Yuan's words, the heavenly tribulation rumbled furiously in response, gathering its power once more as it prepared to unleash a second, even more furious strike. Seeing this, Yuan said to the others, "I'll attack again soon. You should leave." Shi Meili and Tan Song Yuan listened to his advice and got away right before the second lightning bolt descended. Boom! The second bolt struck with far greater fury than the first, its destructive power obliterating everything around Yuan. The ground was reduced to scorched, blackened earth. Yet, Yuan remained unfazed even after being struck by such a powerful force. In fact, it only made him stronger. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy and overall prowess skyrocketing. The leap from the spirit realm to the divine realm was staggering, an unfathomable gap, like the distance between heaven and earth. He looked toward the sky and spoke. "Is this all you got? If so, get lost." Purple lightning danced across the dark sky, writhing around like snakes. When the spectators saw this, their eyes widened with disbelief. Supreme heavenly tribulation. I have only ever heard about this level of heavenly tribulation from others. I never thought it would appear in the sixth heaven. Sect leader, Yin nearly fell on her buttocks from shock. A supreme heavenly tribulation was powerful enough to obliterate even immortals, after all. Eventually, the third strike descended, An immense bolt of lightning, so vast it lit up the entire sky before crashing down on Yuan. The impact was catastrophic, destroying every building and object within a 10-mile radius. Fortunately, the disciples had evacuated long before, and despite the destruction, there were no casualties. Aha! Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Thanks for the boost, you sore loser. Keep coming at me if you dare. The clouds rumbled once more, echoing the heavens' fury at Yuan's continued provocation. But no further strike came. As much as the heavenly tribulation burned with the desire to smite him again, it was bound by its own laws. Yuan had withstood its wrath and survived the tribulation. If the heavens wished to challenge him again, they would have to wait for the next appointed time. For now, he had earned his qualifications to be in the divine realm. Eventually, the dark clouds looming over the frozen cloud, Ethereal Sect began to fade, slowly dissolving into the heavens. Moments later, a clear blue sky emerged. Shimei, Tan Songyun, and Sect leader Yuan approached Yuan shortly afterward. Why you? What did you do to summon a supreme, heavenly tribulation? Tan Songyun demanded answers, her voice trembling with disbelief. And how are you completely unscathed? As an immortal herself, Tan Songyun had endured a supreme, heavenly tribulation and had barely survived. The memory of it still haunted her, making Yuan's effortless survival all the more unfathomable. The heavenly tribulation appeared because I was attempting to enter the divine realm, Yuan calmly explained. Divine realm? That would only summon a minor heavenly tribulation. Major heavenly tribulation at most for those with heaven-defying talents. However, what you summoned was the supreme heavenly tribulation, which only appears when a bronze immortal attempts to become a silver immortal. Tan Songyun said. Chapter 1930, A Month of Cultivation. Chapter 1930, A Month of Cultivation. Yuan shrugged and said, It became more powerful when I provoked it. Why you provoked the heavenly tribulation? Not even a madman would dare to do something so insane. Tan Songyun's jaw dropped at this information. Anyway, Yuan turned to face Sect leader Yuan and bowed to her. I apologize for summoning the heavenly tribulation right in the middle of your sect, even destroying a portion of it. Sect leader Yuan snapped out of her daze and shook her head before saying, It's fine. The destroyed property can be fixed. As long as nobody was hurt, I couldn't care less. Moreover, you saved several of our disciples. The least I can do is overlook something this minor. Thank you, Yuan said. Now then, since all of our guest houses are destroyed, you can stay in my place for now. It's big enough to accommodate all of you with ease, too. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan and the others moved into Sect leader Yuan's living quarters. I can't believe you're already at the second level of Divine Warrior when you were only at the second level of Spirit Enlightenment yesterday, Tan Songyun sighed in a heavy voice. Yuan smiled and said, It's only the Divine Warrior realm. I'm going to push my cultivation as much as possible before we go to the seventh heaven. Isn't it bad for your body to rush through so many cultivation levels so quickly? Shimei asked. For normal people, yes. However, my physique is unique, and I have already reached these levels before, several times at that. Looks like our distance will widen even more now. She sighed. Hearing this, Yuan retrieved a monster core that once belonged to an immortal-level magical beast and offered it to her. You can cultivate, too. That's an immortal-level monster core. Where did you get such a thing? That level of magical beast shouldn't exist below the seventh heaven. Tan Songyun asked. No, there is one place where you can find immortal-level magical beasts, the Vanishing Valley. The Forbidden Zone. You actually visited such a dangerous place? Tan Songyun swallowed nervously. If she was given the opportunity to go to the Vanishing Valley, she would, without a doubt, refuse. Sometime later, Yuan entered his room and resumed his cultivation. Instead of consuming monster cores, Yuan chose to absorb the spiritual energy stored within the demon Devouring sword first, since the sword held an enormous reserve of spiritual energy gathered during the demonic era. Although Yuan had reached the divine Grandmaster realm, absorbing spiritual energy manually from the demon Devouring sword was a slow process. Unlike consuming monster cores, which could instantly boost his cultivation, this method required patience and time. Of course, that was only considered slow by Yuan standards. Compared to other cultivators, his cultivation speed was nothing short of absurd, practically defying common sense. In just a single month, Yuan had advanced from the Spirit Enlightenment realm all the way to the Divine King realm, a feat that would be unthinkable for even geniuses. And he had done it while under the effects of the Celestial Emperor's curse, which slowed his cultivation speed by 99%. However, Yuan wasn't the only one whose cultivation surged. Lan Yingying, who received a portion of the spiritual energy Yuan absorbed through her supreme seal, had also advanced rapidly, reaching the first level of the Divine Lord realm. But unlike Yuan, such rapid progress came with risks. Advancing too quickly could destabilize her foundation and harm her cultivation. To protect her, Yuan sealed her supreme seal, halting her progress while he continued to cultivate. As for Feng Yuxiang, her cultivation had risen to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. However, this wasn't newfound growth, but merely the restoration of the strength she had once lost, and the supreme seal only quickened that recovery. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai returned to the Demon Sealing Clan and reported her findings. She revealed her encounter with two demons in the sixth heaven and their disturbing plan to unseal the demon realm using a key forged from the sacrifices of innocent maidens. This revelation sent a wave of alarm through the entire Demon Sealing Clan. Anything concerning the demon realm was considered highly sensitive and potentially catastrophic. Thus, to prevent the demons from achieving their goal, the Demon Sealing Clan declared the eradication of the demon worshippers their top priority. While they had kept a watchful eye on the cult in the past, they had never fully committed their resources. As for the search for the so-called demon who had killed a cultivator from the Nine Heavens Law and Order, the Demon Sealing Clan chose to suspend the investigation for now. With the threat of the demon realm's unsealing looming, their priorities had shifted. After completing her report, Sun Ling Kai wasted no time and went to look for Hara. With the Demon Sealing Clan having recalled most of their demon sealers to address the crisis, it didn't take long for her to locate her. Senior Sister Yin, can you spare me some of your time? I have something important to tell you. Sure, let's go to my office. Once they entered Hara's office and closed the door, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a painting from her spatial ring and said, I painted this during my travel to the sixth heaven, when I encountered the demons. When she revealed the painting of Yuan fighting the demon emperor, Hara's eyes widened with surprise. Huh, wait a second, isn't that? The first thing Hara noticed was Yuan's handsome face. Yes, it's the founder, or should I call him Little Founder? Hara's entire body stiffened at such words. She swallowed nervously before asking in a shaky voice, what are you trying to say? Judging by your reaction, I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say, Sun Ling Kai responded with a teasing smile. Chapter 1931 Demon Sealing Clan's Highest Priority. Chapter 1931 Demon Sealing Clan's Highest Priority. I don't know what you're talking about. Hara exclaimed, slamming her hand on the desk as she shot to her feet. Her voice trembled, and the panic in her eyes was impossible to miss. Sun Ling Kai chuckled. You're really cute when you panic, Senior Sister Yin. You're also very bad at acting. Who are you trying to fool with that kind of reaction? Anyway, I know that the Little Founder is the Divine Paragon's reincarnation. Hara's entire body trembled at such words. How did you? Relax, the Little Founder told me himself. You met Yuan? Where and when did you meet him? I was with him right before I returned to the Demon Sealing Clan. Ah, he's in the sixth heaven right now. He's in the sixth heaven already? Despite knowing that Yuan was the divine paragon's reincarnation, Hara was still surprised by his fast progress. Yes, and he'll be arriving at the 7th heaven soon. In that case, I must head down to the 7th heaven to meet him as soon as possible. Slow down a bit, senior sister Yen. I still have a lot to tell you. Oh, right. I heard you dealt with 2 demons before returning. Was he with you at that time? Sun Ling Kai nodded with a somewhat bitter look on her face and said, honestly, he was the one who dealt with the demons. Yen Hara's eyebrows rose in a questioning manner. I alter my report to protect the founder. In truth, the demons weren't ordinary demons. One was a demon general, and the other was a demon emperor. A demon emperor? Hara exclaimed, nearly falling on her buttocks from shock. The founder called it Demon Emperor Slaughter. If it weren't for the founder, I would have died that day. So he's powerful enough to defeat a demon emperor by himself now. Hara clenched her fists in excitement. He didn't just defeat the demon emperor. He practically toyed with it. I have never seen anyone mess with a demon like that before, much less a demon emperor. Sun Ling Kai sighed as she recalled their fight. I'm going to need you to tell me everything that happened from the beginning to end without missing a single detail. Hara spoke with a serious look on her face. Sun Ling Kai nodded. Once they were seated, tea in hand, Sun Ling Kai began recounting everything to Hara in vivid detail. She left nothing out, starting from her arrival at the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect, to witnessing Yuan confront the demon worshippers, and finally, his battle with and victory over the demon emperor. Hara's body trembled with delight as she listened. He's truly grown into an unfathomable individual since I last saw him. I cannot wait to see him again, she muttered in a daze. Also, I can't believe he turned out to be the demon we've spent the last several years searching for. It's no wonder Head hid his identity from you. Sun Ling Kai then spoke. Oh, right. When I asked him if I could be of any assistance, he asked me to ask you. Assistance, huh? Actually, I do need some help. I've been thinking about recruiting people outside our clan to my group, and you, who have more influence than me outside the Demon Sealing clan, can help me do that. You're trying to dethrone Qianchu, right? Why would outsiders matter in the Demon Sealing clan's affairs? Sun Ling Kai asked. You're not thinking far enough. While an outsider may have no say in our affairs, do you think Qianchu will peacefully hand over his position to us? Probably not. We all know how obsessive he is with his position. He might even fight us to death if it means protecting his position. Hara nodded and continued. And once he starts fighting, those on his side will join. Qianchu has over half of the Demon Sealing clan support. If we want to defeat him, we'll need external help. That might be true now, but if the founder reveals himself, I'm sure most of them would switch sides, said Sun Ling Kai. That's very possible, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. That makes sense. When will you be returning to the 6th heaven? Hara then asked. Right after the Demon Sealing clan's meeting. All right. A few days later, the Demon Sealing clan started their major meeting, drawing participation from nearly all of its demon sealers regardless of rank or status. The topic was about Sun Ling Kai's report on the demons' plans to unseal the demon realm. During my encounter with the demons, I questioned their reason for kidnapping maidens, and it told me that they were making a key to open the demon realm. A tense atmosphere filled the place when Sun Ling Kai mentioned the demon realm. If the demon realm were ever unsealed, the 9 heavens would, without a doubt, experience another demonic era, and nobody there wanted such a thing to happen. We must stop that from happening at all costs. If the seal to the demon realm ever unseals, countless people will die. That's right. We have to do something about this. Isn't that obvious? The meeting was brief and to the point. Qianchu issued a firm directive. The demon worshippers were now the highest priority. All demon sealers were to remain vigilant and travel the 9 heavens, while giving special attention to any cases involving kidnappings and places with high numbers of missing people. At the end, Qianchu also announced that he would be away from the Demon Sealing clan for some time, but he didn't go into details or even mention why he'd be away. However, Nobody there questioned him. Hara wanted to question him, but she didn't want to attract more attention to herself right now. However, she did task someone from her group to follow Qian Chu and report all of his activities to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1932 Supreme Cold Immunity. Chapter 1932 Supreme Cold Immunity. After the meeting, Sun Ling Kai and Hara met up one more time before Sun Ling Kai made her way back to the sixth heaven. In the sixth heaven, before heading back to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect to meet with Yuan, Sun Ling Kai dropped off the volunteer back at his home. Wow, what happened here? Did a demon attack your sect while I was gone? Sun Ling Kai was dumbfounded by the destruction in the sect and asked sect leader Yuan. No. A supreme heavenly tribulation occurred when Xiao Yang attempted to break through to the divine realm. Supreme heavenly tribulation? But that's usually only reserved for immortals. Is he okay? Sun Ling Kai was greatly shocked by this news. Although she was confident in Yuan's abilities as the divine paragon's reincarnation, she was still worried he might not be able to handle a supreme heavenly tribulation that threatened even immortals like her. He's fine. Hell, he emerged from it unscathed. Unscathed? Is that even possible? Sun Ling Kai stared at the sect leader with a dumbfounded look on her pretty face. How did he do it? You're asking the wrong person. Sect leader Yuan shrugged before continuing. I don't know how he did it, but he treated the supreme heavenly tribulation as if it was a joke. Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before muttering. I can only think of one possibility. Had achieved the legendary heavenly physique that grants immunity to lightning. Heavenly physique? That's impossible. Sect leader Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Most cultivators only cultivate a single elemental immunity in their life, because it takes a lifetime to train even one. She already knew Yuan possessed cold immunity, so the thought of him having another defied all reason. Heavenly physique? That's impossible. Sect leader Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Most cultivators only cultivate a single elemental immunity in their life, because it takes a lifetime to train even one. She already knew Yuan possessed cold immunity, so the thought of him having another defied all reason. Moreover, lightning immunity was the hardest immunity to train, and the number of people who have achieved heavenly physique since the beginning of time could be counted on one hand. Impossible? Nothing is impossible for the found him. Found? Sect leader Yuan raised an eyebrow. Anyway, where's Xiao Yang? He's currently staying at my place. Sect leader Yuan brought Sun Ling Kai back to her living quarters shortly after. Welcome back. How'd it go? Yuan asked her once they were alone. It worked. I managed to bring someone from the sixth heaven to the seventh heaven. Even the eighth heaven. I tried going through the stairway to heaven at first, but that didn't work out, so I had to use a treasure. Anyway, when you want to go to the seventh heaven? It'll go right after I finish training my cold immunity. Sun Ling Kai suddenly went silent. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. Huh? Oh, nothing's wrong. I was just wondering if you truly have the heavenly physique or not. Heavenly physique? I have it. Yuan admitted. How old are you in this life again? I'm still in my 20s in this life. Your 20s? And you already have the heavenly physique and cold immunity. Sun Ling Kai exclaimed in a terrified voice. Seeing how she reacted, Yuan didn't dare to reveal that he also had poison immunity and fire immunity. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai said, By the way, I spoke with senior sister Yan. She said that she'd like to meet you once you arrive at the seventh heaven. Yuan nodded, sure. All right. When do you wish to start her training? I'd like to start now, if you don't mind. I understand. Sun Ling Kai proceeded to retrieve the painting the cold that cuts heaven and opened it, instantly turning the room into an ice chamber. They'll be watching over you constantly, so if you need anything, just shout it out loud, she said. Yuan nodded and said, all right. Don't take me out unless I tell you to, even if it looks bad. Okay, they'll send you inside the painting now. Sun Ling Kai lightly tapped Yuan's shoulder with her brush, its tip glowing with profound energy. Then, with a graceful motion, she drew the brush toward the painting. In the next instant, Yuan's figure was pulled into the scroll, vanishing into the painted world as if swallowed by it. After entering the painting, Yuan found himself standing atop the very snowy mountain depicted in the scroll. The world around him was blanketed in endless white, sky, ground, and horizon blending together in a frozen stillness. Despite having super cold resistance, he could feel the bitter chill biting into his skin, the cold so intense it began to creep into his veins, threatening to freeze his blood solid. Yet he did nothing to fight it. Within moments, the frigid air overwhelmed him. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed over his body, sealing him completely. In the blink of an eye, Yuan stood frozen, transformed into a statue of ice, motionless amidst the endless snow. Sun Ling Kai, who was watching this, immediately wondered if she should take Yuan out of the painting. No, although his entire body is frozen, his heart is still beating. Time flowed quietly in the frozen world, and 3 full months had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yuan remained unchanged, still encased in ice, unmoving, as though time itself had forgotten him. At long last, the ice encasing Yuan began to crack, thin fractures spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. Moments after attaining supreme cold immunity, a surge of energy pulsed through his body, and with a sharp burst, he shattered the frozen shell around him, breaking free from his long, silent imprisonment. If I want to reach the next level, you'll need to visit the real White Hell. While he could continue training inside the painting and achieve the next level, it would take too much time, hence why he decided to stop there. I'm ready to leave. Yuan lifted his head toward the sky and spoke loudly. A moment later, Yuan felt a profound energy wrap around him, and in the blink of an eye, the icy world vanished. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room. Before him, Sun Ling Kai sat quietly in front of the painting with a relieved smile on her face. Chapter 1933, Arriving at the Seventh Heaven. Chapter 1933, Arriving at the Seventh Heaven. How did it go? I hope you've achieved satisfactory results, Sun Ling Kai said. How long have I been inside the painting? Yuan asked. A little over 3 months. I see. It wasn't too bad. However, if I want to advance further, I'd need to visit the real White Hell personally. Seriously? I know you have cold immunity, but that place is so dangerous that even those with cold immunity aren't safe. Then how did you manage to paint this painting there? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. Did you think I went there alone? I had assistance from the Sun God's temple. They have a treasure that can protect you from the weather in White Hell. However, even that treasure has its limits. Otherwise, I would have gone deeper inside the White Hell. Is that so? Well, I'm going there to train, so any protection will only hinder my progress. Where can I find the place? You can find it in the Seventh Heaven. That's great. I'll head over there once I am finished with my other business, said Yuan. So, are you ready to head to the Seventh Heaven? I am, but let me talk to Shimei and Tan Songyan too. Sometime later, Yuan revealed his plan to enter the Seventh Heaven through Sun Ling Kai. Are we leaving now? Shimei asked. Yuan nodded. Tan Songyan then said, in that case, I'll have to leave your group for some time. I need to speak with my faction leader, so I'll return to my faction for some time. Once I am done, I'll find you again. Are you sure? What if I do something bad while you're away? Yuan teased. Tan Songyan stared at him with narrowed eyes for a moment before sighing. Then, she spoke in a defeated tone. Fine, I admit that I was wrong about you. However, I will need some time to accept it, as I've spent the last several thousand years blinded by hatred. This is one of the main reasons why she decided to leave the group temporarily, as she needed time to clear her mind. I don't blame you. The only one at fault is the individual who started spreading those false rumors. Tan Songyan nodded. By the way, since I've already been to the Seventh Heaven, I can go there by myself. So, I won't be coming with you, she said a moment later. I understand. Until next time. Tan Song Yun left the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect shortly after. Sun Ling Kai was very curious about their relationship, but not wanting to appear nosy, she decided to stay silent. Stay here for a bit. I have to go outside for a moment. Yuan said to them before leaving the house. Yang, are you here? A moment later, two cloaked figures appeared before Yuan. We are at your service. I will be heading to the seventh heaven soon. Will you be able to follow me there? He asked. We can follow you all the way to the ninth heaven. That's good. By the way, do you know anything about the Dragon Spiral Mountain located within the seventh heaven? Yang spoke first. The Dragon Spiral Mountain in the seventh heaven is currently under the control of the Holy Dragon Clan. Their bloodline ranks among the top 3 royal bloodlines of all dragon bloodlines. In followed, they're extremely reclusive and seldom leave their territory. Naturally, that also means they rarely accept visitors. Is that so? After his conversation with and Yang ended, Yuan returned inside the house and said, All right, I am ready. Let's head to the seventh heaven. Sun Ling Kai retrieved a painting shortly after and sent Yuan, and she melee inside it. They'll let you know when we arrive. It won't take long. After putting away the painting, Sun Ling Kai notified Sect leader Yuan of their departure before retrieving a treasure that brought her to the seventh heaven and used it without hesitation. Once they arrived in the seventh heaven, Sun Ling Kai brought Yuan and she melee out of the painting. Welcome to the seventh heaven, she said to them. Wow, I thought the spiritual energy was already impressive enough in the sixth heaven, but it cannot even compare to the spiritual energy in the seventh heaven. She merely muttered with a dazed look on her face. She could feel her cultivation improve significantly with every breath. Not just spiritual energy. The immortal chi here is also incomparably more abundant, said Sun Ling Kai. Immortal chi? I guess we'll be encountering immortals now. She merely swallowed nervously. That's right. After all, there is no longer any restriction to one's cultivation from the seventh heaven and onwards. In fact, you could even encounter a cultivation god in the seventh heaven. Sun Ling Kai continued. Also, unlike the first heaven to sixth heaven, traveling between the seventh heaven and ninth heaven is much easier and much less restrictive. So, what are you going to do now? Sun Ling Kai and she merely looked at Yuan. As much as I want to head straight to the Dragon Spiral Mountain immediately, I need to prepare myself a little. Yuan looked at Sun Ling Kai and continued. Can you help me with my training? Of course. What kind of training? I want to be able to use Immortal Chi. Huh. But Immortal Chi is something you can use only after you become an immortal. It's not something that can be attained from effort and training alone. Yuan smiled and exuded some of his incomplete Immortal Chi. Sun Ling Kai nearly jumped from shock. Immortal Chi? It's not perfect, but it's definitely Immortal Chi. How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible for him, she merely chuckled. After snapping out of her daze, Sun Ling Kai asked, How do I help you? It's quite simple. You just need to keep attacking me with your Immortal Chi, he said. Her eyes widened with disbelief. You want me to attack you with Immortal Chi? I can't do something like that. Don't worry, I won't die. That's not the issue. You're telling a Divine Paragon fanatic to attack the Divine Paragon. How will I be able to face the others after knowing what I have done? That's your worry? Yuan was speechless. Please, they'll do anything but that. But you're the only one here who can train me. Or are you telling me to wander this place that's teeming with immortals without being able to use Immortal Chi? That's... Oh, right. Senior Sister Yin will be here soon. You can ask her to help you. Her Immortal Chi is much stronger than mine, too. Yin Hara? She's coming here? Yes. I spoke with her when I returned to the Demon Sealing Clan, and she said that she wanted to see you. I gave her this location before returning to the sixth heaven. She should be here soon. Just as Sun Ling Kai finished her sentence, Yuan could sense a presence speeding toward their location. Moments later, a beautiful woman halted right above the island to look at them. When Yin Hara saw Yuan, she immediately landed right before him and gave him a firm embrace. I missed you. Sun Ling Kai's jaw dropped. However, it was not because she was jealous. How can you touch the founder so casually? She exclaimed. Yin Hara's body froze at her words. After a moment of silence and stillness, Yin Hara released Yuan and immediately kowtowed. I am so sorry. I got too excited and instinctively acted on my old habits. She apologized. I don't mind. Yuan removed his mask and showed her a handsome smile. It's been a while. How have you been? Yin Hara didn't respond. Her attention was completely consumed by Yuan's face. It was a perfect reflection of the divine paragon, so strikingly identical that she couldn't look away. Ahem. Sun Ling Kai cleared her throat. Yin Hara quickly snapped out of her daze and spoke with a red face. If you visited the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library right now, it'd definitely cause a commotion. I also want to see Qian Chu's reaction when he sees you. He'll visit the library as soon as I finish my other business, he said. I can't believe it hasn't even been a decade since you first visited the library. I thought I would have to wait several decades before I could see you outside of the library, Yin Hara said. Anyway, I have a lot to talk to you about. Let's change our location first. Wait, before we leave, I need your help. I'll do it, Yin Hara instinctively responded without any hesitation. Good. Then attack me with your immortal chi. Yin Hara's body trembled at his words, and her eyes widened as she spoke. What? I think I misheard. Attack me with your immortal chi, Yuan repeated. It's for my training. What kind of training are you doing? She exclaimed. Chapter 1934, Learning Immortal Chi. Chapter 1934, Learning Immortal Chi. I'm trying to learn, complete my immortal chi. Yuan showed Yin Hara his incomplete immortal chi. You can already use immortal chi, but you're only at Divine King. How did you improve your cultivation so quickly? You were only around Spirit King a few years ago. Yin Hara just noticed his cultivation and was greatly bewildered by his progress. If she knew that him gone from Spirit Enlightenment to Divine King in the past month, who knows how she'd react. As for Sun Ling Kai, her mouth and eyes were wide open. She knew Yuan was only Spirit Enlightenment last month, and she knew had triggered a supreme heavenly tribulation to enter the divine realm, but she didn't realize he was already Divine King. What kind of outrageous cultivation speed is this? She cried inwardly. Why are you so surprised? Have you forgotten who I am? Yuan chuckled. Anyway, attack me with your immortal chi. It'll be fine. I promise. Despite her hesitation, Yin Hara eventually nodded her head and agreed to train him. Sun Ling Kai and she merely flew off the island a moment later and distanced themselves from Yuan. Sometime later, Yin Hara released her immortal chi and attacked Yuan with it. It's not strong enough. Don't hold back and come at me as if you're trying to kill me. Yuan shouted after barely feeling it. Yin Hara gritted her teeth and increased her immortal chi output tremendously. Boom! Yin Hara's immortal chi pressed down on Yuan like a mountain. Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. Yuan! Yin Hara instinctively retracted her immortal chi when she saw his blood. Don't stop. It's just a little blood. Yin Hara was reluctant to continue, but seeing Yuan's fierce eyes, she gritted her teeth and continued blasting him with immortal chi. Yin Hara was a golden immortal, on the verge of becoming a true immortal, so her immortal chi was immensely powerful. Although Yuan could have trained his immortal chi in the sixth heaven, the process would have been painfully slow. While immortal chi could still be used by immortals, even when their cultivation was suppressed, its power would be significantly weakened. This is why he waited until he arrived at the seventh heaven, where immortals could use their immortal chi properly. Yuan's entire body was screaming in pain from Yin Hara's immortal chi, but it wasn't enough to put his life in danger. If anything, his body was getting stronger by the moment due to his physique. You can increase the power a little more now, Yuan said to Yin Hara a few days later. Yin Hara had been using the power of a bronze immortal, slowly increased her strength to that of a silver immortal. After 2 weeks of training, the immortal chi that Yuan was exuding was no longer incomplete and resembled that of a true immortal. "What do you think?" Yuan asked as he released his immortal chi. Hara swallowed nervously. It wasn't just the fact that Yuan could use immortal chi that left her stunned. It was the sheer mastery with which he wielded it. His control, precision, and efficiency surpassed even her own as a golden immortal. It was as if he had been using immortal chi for far longer than she had, despite only recently learning it. However, then she remembered that he was the divine paragon's reincarnation. "You're really something, Yuan." Yuan shook his head and said, "Immortal chi is just the beginning. Until I can use celestial chi, I am still vulnerable." "Celestial chi?" Hara echoed, her brows raising. There have been rare cases of cultivators using immortal chi before reaching the immortal realm, but there's no precedent, none, of anyone below the God Ascension realm comprehending celestial chi. No precedent yet. Yuan smiled, leaving her speechless. Shimei and Sun Ling Kai returned to the island shortly after. He actually managed to learn immortal chi. Sun Ling Kai muttered under her breath. Sometime later, Yuan and the others jumped on Sun Ling Kai's flying treasure and sped away. After arriving at a city, Hara brought them to a tea house. This is Tea Paradise, one of the most famous tea houses in the 9 heavens. Once they were seated, Hara said to the server, "Give us your best tea." "Our best?" The server raised an eyebrow before asking. "Only those with." Before the server could even finish her sentence, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a green medallion and placed it on the table. "Please wait a moment. I will bring your tea right away." The server hurriedly left the room. "What was that about?" Shimei asked. Hara chuckled and said, "Unless you have a membership, your options in this place are limited. However, even with a membership, you won't be able to experience their best tea without a certain rank. I'm just an ordinary member, but Junior's sister's son here. I'm not a member, but an honorable guest. This medallion was given to me by the owner of this tea house himself," she explained. "I don't know if you know this, but she's a big shot in the 9 heavens. In fact, I am a nobody when compared to her," Hara said with a smile on her face. "I heard that she's a famous painter," said Yuan. "Not just any famous painter. She's the most famous." Hara bragged as if she was talking about herself. "It's really nothing that amazing," Sun Ling Kai said, appearing somewhat bashful. Their tea arrived a few minutes later, and the server explained the tea's background. "This is the Starry Dream infused tea, brewed using million-year-old leaves from a starry tree, which can only be found in the starry sky, as well as a drop of celestial dew." Once the server left, Shimei said, "I know I'm supposed to be impressed by the ingredients, but I don't know anything about them." Sun Ling Kai then explained, "The starry tree is an exotic plant that only grows in the starry sky. The celestial dew is a precious treasure that can only be found in. Let's just say that the cost of this tea is enough to purchase an Empyrean-grade treasure," Hara interjected. "The price of an Empyrean-grade treasure," Shimei exclaimed, not daring to believe her ears. "How could a pot of tea be comparable to an Empyrean-grade treasure?" Chapter 1935 Demon Sealing Grotto True Identity. Chapter 1935 Demon Sealing Grotto True Identity. Shimei stared at her cup of tea and hesitated to touch it, much less drink it. "What are you waiting for? Go ahead and drink it," Hara said, right before downing her cup of tea in one motion. Sun Ling Kai also drank the tea without any hesitation. Shimei swallowed nervously before grabbing the cup. Then, with one swift and forceful movement, she drank it. "Wow, my cultivation increased by an entire level just from drinking that small cup. And I can still feel a tremendous amount of spiritual energy in my body that is slowly being absorbed," Shimei exclaimed with a shocked face. That amount of spiritual energy will probably be enough to raise your cultivation by an entire realm once you fully absorb it. However, due to your lack of cultivation, you'll only be able to drink 1 cup of tea for now. If you try to drink more, you'll absorb too much spiritual energy for your body to handle, and boom, your dantian will explode. Hara warned her. It's not just your cultivation that has improved. I'm sure you're starting to notice it, but all of your senses have also improved greatly. Your body should have strengthened as well. Sun Lingkai added, a single cup of tea is able to benefit me so much. It's hard to believe even though I am experiencing its effects as we speak. She merely swallowed nervously. Thank you very much for this opportunity, seniors. There's no need to be so formal with us. Just call us senior sisters, Hara said. Meanwhile, Yuan also consumed his cup of tea. However, unlike Shimeli, it barely affected him. The tea has a really unique flavor. I quite like it, said Yuan as he placed his cup down. Hey, race another cup. Hara quickly refilled his cup. Without hesitation, Yuan drank the whole thing again. Hey, race some more. Hara poured him another cup. Her movements were so natural that it felt like she had done this 1,000,000 times. In the blink of an eye, Yuan drank half of the tea in the pot. The 2 of you should drink too, he said to them. It's fine. We've been here several times. And this is mostly to celebrate your arrival in the 7th heaven. You can drink all of it, if you can handle it. If you say so. Yuan didn't hesitate to drink the rest of the tea. Although he liked the taste, it wasn't the only reason he was drinking it. After his 3rd cup, his celestial qi comprehension began improving with every cup. The progress was minimal, nearly imperceptible, but it was progress nonetheless. And for something as elusive as celestial qi, even the smallest advancement was invaluable. As Yuan continued to drink his tea, Hara revealed the situation within the Demon Sealing clan to him, as well as her current activities. The drama between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto has only gotten worse since your last visit to the library. Much worse. We're at the point where we start fighting the moment we see each other without so much as exchanging any words. Has Qianchu done anything to calm the situation? Yuan asked. He claims to be working on it, but we haven't seen any noticeable results even several years later. Most recently, right before I came to meet you, he disappeared somewhere after giving us the order to prioritize the demon worshippers. Disappeared? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He said he had some business, but he didn't go into any details. However, I have someone following him, so we should know his activities soon. Sun Lingkai then spoke. By the way, the Demon Sealing Grotto's headquarters are in the 7th heaven, so you'll most likely run into them while you're here. Are you worried that I might become a target? Yuan asked with a smile. While that is a concern, I'm pretty confident you'll be able to defend yourself. After all, you managed to defeat a demon emperor alone. Don't worry, even if I encounter them, they won't know I'm with the Demon Sealing clan, and I have no reason to reveal myself. Hara then spoke. Honestly, I was hoping you could speak with the leader of the Demon Sealing Grotto. Why? Yuan asked. If we're going to fight Qianchu, I think it would benefit us to have the Demon Sealing Grotto on our side, she admitted. I don't really know much, if anything at all, about them. I know that they're essentially a second Demon Sealing clan, but that's about the extent of my knowledge on them. Hara sighed and said, the Demon Sealing Grotto may have come after the Demon Sealing clan and was even created after the demonic era, but to tell you the truth, they qualify to be the Demon Sealing clan more than us. I don't get it. The Demon Sealing Grotto was founded by demon sealers who originally belonged to the Demon Sealing clan, Hara explained. After you disappeared, the clan lost its direction. Disagreements over leadership led to internal strife, and people fought to become the next clan leader, causing a lot of bloodshed. This led to the creation of the Demon Sealing Grotto, a haven for those who wanted to stay true to the Divine Paragon's teachings. Yuan couldn't help but notice the similarities between this situation and what the celestial overlords were currently facing: internal division and power struggles after their founder left. Hara continued. The reason the Demon Sealing Grotto has surpassed the Demon Sealing clan in strength is simple. They stayed true to the old traditions and rigorous training. Meanwhile, the Demon Sealing clan, what can I even say? We've become pathetic. She let out a quiet sigh. Honestly, I considered joining the Demon Sealing Grotto at first. But in the end, I chose to stay with the original. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I understand the situation now. In that case, we should definitely get the Demon Sealing Grotto to be on our side. Chapter 1936, Seventh Heaven's Dragon, Spiral Mountain. Chapter 1936, Seventh Heaven's Dragon, Spiral Mountain. When are you going to visit the Demon Sealing Grotto? I would love to go with you, but my position within the Demon Sealing clan would only make things more difficult for you, Hara said. I have some business at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I'll be going there first. After that, I want to check up on my friends, but that won't take long. If nothing else comes up, I'll visit the Demon Sealing Grotto. Hara raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner and inquired, The Dragon Spiral Mountain? What business do you have with the Holy Dragon Clan? I thought they didn't accept visitors. You're aware that my current body is only an avatar of my soul, right? Yes, I am aware. The Celestial Emperor told us about you guys, but so far, you're the only person I've met who's from that world. Well, I intend on coming to the Nine Heavens with my real body, and the Dragon Spiral Mountain is the key to making that a reality. Coming here with your real body, such a thing is possible? Hara exclaimed in shock. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a massive teleportation device that connects with the other Dragon Spiral Mountains, and one of those mountains is in my world. I'm not sure how it works, but I'll figure out once I get there. That's only if the Holy Dragon Clan even allows you in trance, said Hara. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, At what level is the strongest individual there? If you're thinking about forcing your way inside, forget about it. They have several God Ascension Realm powerhouses there, Sun Ling Kai said, shaking her head. Do you think I'm a brute or something? Yuan chuckled. I just wanted to know their prowess. Hara then spoke. If you're asking about their prowess, the Holy Dragon Clan is within the top 20 most powerful backgrounds in the Nine Heavens, and in terms of dragon clans, they're top 3. Top 20 in the entire Nine Heavens? That's quite impressive. If you need help, I can ask around, Sun Ling Kai said. No, it's fine. I have several plans in mind already. If you say so, but if you ever need my help, just ask. Here is my communication jade slip for contacting me. Sun Ling Kai placed her jade slip on the table before Yuan. Thanks. Yuan accepted the jade slip. Sometime later, after Yuan finished drinking all of the tea and they finished their conversation, Hara spoke. As much as I would like to travel with you, I don't want to bring unnecessary attention your way, especially from Qian Chu and his followers. Yuan nodded. I understand. Sun Ling Kai then spoke. Well, good luck with the Holy Dragon Clan. They're renowned for their stubbornness. Sun Ling Kai and Hara left first after paying for the tea. Let's head to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain now, shall we? Yuan said to Shimei, who eagerly nodded. After leaving the tea house, they made their way to the nearest teleportation device. Many teleports later, they arrived at Silver Foam Harbor, a bustling city located near the Sea of Dragons. The Sea of Dragons was a vast, unique ocean in the seventh heaven, renowned for its abundance of sea beasts that bore the appearance of dragons. However, despite their fearsome looks, most of these beasts were not true dragons, and only a rare few possessed actual dragon blood in their veins. No one truly knew why the sea beasts resembled dragons, but legend had it that a mighty ancient dragon once perished within those waters. Its blood seeped into the sea, tainting the depths and altering the creatures that dwelled within, giving rise to the dragon-like beasts that now roamed the Sea of Dragons. As for the Dragon Spiral Mountain, it was located on a secluded island somewhere in the middle of the Sea of Dragons. Its remote and treacherous location was a natural deterrent to visitors, especially with powerful immortal-level sea beasts prowling the surrounding waters. While Yuan didn't fear the sea beasts, she mainly was a different story. Maybe I should stay in this place while you head to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. I don't want to be a burden, said she mainly as they stood before the Sea of Dragons. Yuan shook his head. Don't say that. Also, your presence might help me convince the Holy Dragon Clan to assist us, so I cannot leave you behind. Just stay close to me. They'll protect you. Young master, you're not alone. Feng Yuxiang suddenly appeared before them. I'll also help out. Thank you. She mainly nodded. We also have Ingzi, who is as powerful as a golden immortal, Yuan added. Feng Yuxiang then spoke. Instead of flying around like we usually do, it's about time we start making use of flying treasures. With that, she retrieved a small crimson ship from her storage and tossed it into the air. The ship began expanding midair until it was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people with ease. The sudden appearance of such a massive flying treasure left everyone at the harbor utterly dumbfounded. This is the Soaring Phoenix. Feng Yuxiang introduced the flying treasure to them as she jumped on it. Although it's not the fastest flying treasure out there, it has what many ordinary flying treasures lack: defensive formations that will keep its riders safe. As long as we don't encounter any immortal-level threat, we'll be safe while riding it. Yuan and Shi Mei entered the ship a moment later. This is quite something. Why didn't you bring this out before? We could have used something like this during some of our long travels. Feng Yuxiang then said, because it doesn't operate with just spiritual energy. It also requires immortal qi, which can only be found in the seventh heaven and above. Moments later, the soaring phoenix stirred to life, and in the blink of an eye, it shot into the distance, vanishing from the harbor's view, leaving only ripples in its wake and stunned silence behind. Chapter 1937 Sea of Dragons. Chapter 1937 Sea of Dragons. After entering the Sea of Dragons, it didn't take long for the sea beasts to launch their assault on the soaring phoenix. Even though the flying treasure flew high above the waves, the creatures below unleashed powerful long-range attacks. Some even went as far as jumping out of the water to strike them using their entire body. The sea beasts of the Sea of Dragons were notoriously aggressive, attacking anything that moved without hesitation. This was one of many reasons why few dared to traverse its waters. Navigating the sea required not only specialized equipment, but also a vast amount of resources to defend against the relentless onslaught of these powerful creatures. Why are the sea creatures here so aggressive? It wasn't nowhere this bad at the Purple Sea. She merely wondered out loud as she watched them bounce off an invisible barrier that protected the flying treasure. Well, dragons are aggressive creatures by nature, Feng Yuxiang said with a casual shrug. That's not true. At least not for the dragons in the ancient dragon city, she merely responded, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. I'm not saying all dragons are violent, Feng Yuxiang replied calmly. But many are. It's in their blood. Just like how phoenixes are naturally prideful creatures. It's part of who we are. Shi Mei fell silent, unable to refute Feng Yuxiang's words, especially with the evidence right before her eyes. The sea beasts, dragon-like in form and ferocity, were living proof of the aggression woven into their bloodline. All she could do was watch in quiet contemplation. So, how do you plan on approaching the Holy Dragon Clan, young master? I can't say I've dealt with them before, but I've heard many stories about them. Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan, are you going to disguise yourself as a dragon emperor like you usually do? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, no, that trick probably won't work with them, especially if they're one of the top dragon clans in the Nine Heavens. Moreover, their god ascension experts will most likely see through my disguise. Then how are you going to trick them? I doubt they'd pay attention to a human. Feng Yuxiang said, since there's a good chance they have a connection with Dragon Goddess Yeo, I can use that to my advantage. After all, I have Dragon Goddess Yu's soul with me. I see. So you're going to use Dragon Goddess Yu's identity. If that doesn't work, they'll think of something else. The Sea of Dragons was so vast that even with a high-speed flying treasure, crossing from one end to the other would take years. The Dragon Spiral Mountain was located at the very heart of the Sea of Dragons, and Yuan estimated that their journey would take several months at the very least. With an abundance of time, the group dedicated themselves to cultivation. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the seventh heaven, Shimei's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Lan Yingying and Yingzi appeared to cultivate. While Lan Yingying focused on stabilizing her cultivation, Yingzi's cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed. After a few weeks at sea, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's Dantian and entered slumber. Fortunately, the soaring phoenix required no active supervision to operate. With a destination already set and absorbing the natural spiritual energy and immortal qi around it, the ship continued sailing steadily toward Dragon Spiral Mountain. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the demon Devouring sword. It didn't take long for his Divine King cultivation to enter the Divine Emperor realm. However, after reaching the peak of Divine Emperor, Yuan encountered his bottleneck. After reaching his bottleneck, Yuan focused on improving his soul strength. Unlike spiritual energy, which could only be enhanced by absorbing more of it, immortal qi functioned differently. While it could be strengthened through conventional cultivation, it also grew stronger through one's soul strength. Hence why immortals spend more time cultivating their soul cultivation technique than their spiritual cultivation technique. Of course, due to the rarity of soul cultivation techniques, not all immortals had the luxury of strengthening their soul strength. This was where factions became crucial. Beyond offering protection and resources, many powerful factions possessed soul cultivation techniques, making them invaluable to those seeking to advance further. Heaven's indomitable soul, truly an unfathomable technique. I wonder how it's related to my past lives. Yuan thought to himself as his soul strength strengthened with every passing second. As the soaring phoenix drew closer to Dragon Spiral Mountain, the sea beasts grew noticeably more aggressive and far more powerful. Their appearances also resembled dragons more and more. At first, the soaring phoenix effortlessly absorbed all incoming attacks, its defenses unfazed by the sea beast's aggression. But now, the sea beasts were powerful enough to shake the flying treasure with their attacks. The barrier looks like it's struggling. It's not going to break, is it? Shimei asked, a worried look on her face as the ship shuddered again. Feng Feng said the flying treasure can withstand attacks up to the silver immortal level. Yuan replied calmly. The sea beasts are still only in the immortal ascension realm, so we're fine for now. Is that so? Feeling relieved, Shimei returned to her cultivation. In just 8 months, Shimei increased her cultivation to the 8th level of Divine Master from Divine Warrior. Lan Yingying had stabilized her cultivation at the 1st level of the Divine Lord level, and had begun cultivating toward the next level by herself. As for Yingzi, her cultivation saw the most significant improvements, reaching the 3rd level of Divine Grandmaster. As their journey entered its 9th month, the soaring phoenix came to a sudden halt for the first time since they had set sail. Sensing the shift, Yuan and the others paused their cultivation to investigate, expecting to see their destination. But to their confusion, the Dragon Spiral Mountain was nowhere in sight. Young Master, several powerful presences are blocking our path, Feng Yuxiang reported calmly. But it doesn't seem like they've noticed us. In fact, it looks like they're currently fighting among themselves. Chapter 1938, Ancient Monolith. 1938, Ancient Monolith. After hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, Yuan expanded the range of his divine sense. Although he kept it active at all times, he usually limited its scope to avoid distracting others, or worse, being mistaken for spying, a common source of conflict among cultivators. Several hundred miles away, Yuan's divine sense locked onto a large gathering of individuals. They were unmistakably dragons, humanoid in form, but marked by prominent horns and swaying dragon tails. There were around 20 of them, split into 2 distinct factions. One group was dressed in elegant white and gold robes, radiating a noble aura. The other wore black and light blue garments, their presence colder and more ominous. The Holy Dragon clan has monopolized the Dragon Spiral Mountain for far too long. One of the black and blue-clothed individuals shouted angrily. "Shut up. We've been protecting the Dragon Spiral Mountain since the primordial era. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" "That's right, you greedy bastards. Your intentions for wanting the Dragon Spiral Mountain aren't good, either. Well, never hand it over to you." The gold-robed individuals responded. "Young master, should we intervene?" Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan. "Not yet. If we intervene now, we might offend both sides. Let's wait a little longer," he calmly responded. Soon, the Holy Dragon clan and the opposing faction resumed their battle. The combatants were all powerful, most being at the Immortal Ascension realm, with each side led by a single bronze immortal. At first, the two forces seemed evenly matched, their attacks shaking the very air with dragon techniques. But as the battle dragged on, it became clear that the dragons in black and blue robes were gaining the upper hand, steadily pushing back the Holy Dragon clan. "I'm going to intervene now." Yuan suddenly left the soaring phoenix and flew toward the battle. Sometime later, once Yuan arrived at the scene, he cleared his throat loudly and spoke. "Excuse me, can I have a moment of your attention?" "Huh? Who the hell is that?" Both sides abruptly halted their battle and turned their attention to Yuan. At first, they tensed with suspicion, assuming he was a reinforcement from the opposing side. But as they caught his scent and realized he was human, their expressions shifted from wariness to confusion. "I'm trying to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but I'm lost." Yuan continued speaking in a calm and clear despite the tension in the air. This crazy human bastard actually interrupted us over some bullshit like that. You'll pay for your sin with death." One of the black-robed dragons suddenly flew at Yuan with clear, killing intent radiating from his aura. "What's with the hostility? I'm just trying to ask for directions." Yuan sighed as he retrieved Dragon God's vengeance. The instant the Dragon God's vengeance appeared, the black-robed dragon charging toward Yuan came to an abrupt halt, his instincts screaming at him to stop. Gasps rippled through the others, their faces etched with instinctive terror. A primal fear gripped them, one they couldn't suppress, as the weapon exuded a deadly pressure that made their very blood run cold. From the Dragon God's vengeance, they felt an overwhelming aura of destruction, one that threatened their lives just by existing. "What's wrong? Weren't you about to punish me for my sins?" Yuan asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the dragon who had just charged at him. "Yes." The dragon stammered, his voice trembling. He hesitated to speak further, terrified that a single wrong word might provoke the figure before him and cost him his life. Instead, a voice from the Holy Dragon clan spoke a moment later. "What business do you have at Dragon Spiral Mountain?" The speaker was their bronze immortal, a woman whose tone carried both authority and unease. Though Yuan's cultivation appeared negligible at first glance, her eyes were fixed on the ominous weapon in his grasp. Something about it unsettled her deeply. It radiated a presence that felt inherently hostile to dragons, perhaps even a bane to their kind. The others from the Holy Dragon clan quickly grasped the intent behind their bronze immortal's question. Their expressions sharpened, and subtle shifts in their stances revealed their readiness. If Yuan's next words hinted at any ill intent toward Dragon Spiral Mountain, they were prepared to act, no matter how ominous the weapon in his hand appeared. "It's complicated. I don't care how complicated it is." "Explain." Yuan's gaze sharpened, a chill threading through his voice as he addressed the bronze immortal. "I don't like your tone." Sensing the undercurrent of danger, the bronze immortal instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. The others reacted similarly and prepared to face Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan stowed away the Dragon God's vengeance and said calmly, "My business with Dragon Spiral Mountain concerns Dragon Goddess Yayo. That's all I'll say." "Dragon Goddess Yayo?" 2154 gasps rippled through the crowd, shock evident on every face. The mere mention of her name from humans' lips left them stunned. Dragon Goddess Yayo. Gasps rippled through the crowd, shock evident on every face. The mere mention of her name from humans' lips left them stunned. Even among the dragon clans, Dragon Goddess Yayo was a name spoken rarely, known only to a few. That a human would mention her made the moment all the more startling. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's spiral mountain, a towering monolith of unknown origin stood in silent majesty. Moments after Yuan took out the dragon god's vengeance, the monolith stirred, releasing a profound aura that swept across the mountain like a silent storm. The sudden pulse of unfathomable power startled every being in its reach, even those of the god Ascension realm. Within moments, many powerful figures appeared before the monolith. What is going on with the ancient monolith? It hasn't reacted like this since Dragon Goddess used disappearance. Is it sensing Dragon Goddess use presence? Has she finally returned to us? Dragon Goddess Yayo has returned. Quickly, notify the Holy Dragon Emperor and the rest of the clan. Unbeknownst to Yuan, Head accidentally stirred up a storm within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, sending the Holy Dragon clan into a frenzy. Chapter 1939 Holy Dragon Clan. 1939 Holy Dragon Clan. Well, if you're not going to tell me where to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I'll take my leave now, Yuan said shortly after putting away the Dragon God's vengeance. Without giving the Holy Dragon Clan an opportunity to speak, Yuan turned around and flew away. Wait a second. The bronze immortal from the Holy Dragon Clan tried to chase after Yuan, but was blocked by the black-robed dragons. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished here yet. Get lost. Their battle continued, but in a sudden shift, the tides turned. The Holy Dragon Clan, who had been on the brink of defeat just moments earlier, now surged with newfound strength, quickly overpowering the black-robed dragons. Realizing they could no longer stand against the Holy Dragon Clan, the black-robed dragons retreated. But instead of taking to the skies, they plunged into the sea below, vanishing beneath the waves. We need to return to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain and report what happened here to the others, said the Bronze Immortal. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the Soaring Phoenix and continued to watch them fight from a safe distance. Are you sure you should have just left them like that? Feng Yuxiang asked. She thought he was going to save the Holy Dragon Clan. It's fine. I doubt they believe anything I say. My purpose was just to reveal my presence to them and make them question my identity, so when I show up at the Dragon Spiral Mountain later, they won't immediately turn me away. I see. But what if they perish at the hands of those black-robed dragons? Yuan then responded in confidence. Although they are fighting with each other, none of them are showing real killing intent, so it is unlikely they are going to kill each other. If things get real dangerous, they'll intervene again. In the end, events unfolded just as Yuan had predicted. The clash between the Holy Dragon Clan and the black-robed dragons concluded without any true casualties. Shortly after the Holy Dragon Clan left, the Soaring Phoenix began moving again, slowly following behind them. At the same time, the rest of the Holy Dragon Clan was in an uproar due to the ancient Monolith's sudden activity. Shortly after the ancient Monolith sensed the Dragon God's vengeance, nearly every single big shot and important figure within the Holy Dragon Clan appeared at the Monolith to witness the phenomenon for themselves. It's true. The ancient Monolith has awakened. Does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yayo is really back? What should we do now? The Holy Dragon Emperor then spoke. We must prepare for Dragon Goddess Yu's return. Though it remained uncertain whether Dragon Goddess Yayo had truly returned, or when she might appear, the Holy Dragon Clan dared not take any chances. They began preparing in earnest for her grand return. It stopped. Moments later, the ancient monolith fell silent once more, its presence returning to stillness. However, that did not change their plans, and the Holy Dragon Clan went on to prepare for Dragon Goddess Yu's return regardless. Shortly after, the Holy Dragon Clan received news from the group that Yuan had encountered in the Sea of Dragons. What? A human who knows about Dragon Goddess Yayo was looking for the directions to our Dragon Spiral Mountain? The Holy Dragon Emperor almost couldn't believe his ears. Besides those living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain and those who lived near it, knowledge of Dragon Goddess Yayo was almost non-existent. Does this human have something to do with the ancient Monolith's activation? He wondered inwardly as he received this news. Where is this human now? He asked the messenger. According to the scouts, he left before they could stop him. What? How could a mere human escape from their grasp? Holy Dragon Emperor questioned out loud with raised eyebrows. They were stopped by those sea bastards, whom they encountered and was fighting before meeting the human. Seriously? The Holy Dragon Emperor rubbed his eyes and continued. How long before they return? They should return in 45 days. As you wish, Your Majesty. Once the messenger left, the Holy Dragon Emperor lifted his head to look at the tall ceiling and mumbled, Are you truly back, Dragon Goddess? 43 days later, the dragons who had encountered Yuan finally returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. They were summoned without delay by the Holy Dragon Emperor, who demanded they recount every detail of their encounter. Their encounter with that human coincides almost perfectly with the activation of the ancient monolith, and a spear of such unfathomable power, is it? The Holy Dragon Emperor mused silently, his thoughts deep and unreadable. Your Majesty, what should we do about them? They're becoming more brazen by the day, asked the Bronze Immortal, who was still unaware of the ancient monolith's activation. The Azure Dragon Clan, stubborn as ever. They want rest until the Dragon Spiral Mountain is theirs. The Holy Dragon Emperor muttered, his gaze distant. I have no desire for war, but neither can we surrender the mountain. He let out a weary sigh. So war is unavoidable, huh? The Bronze Immortal shook her head. Unfortunately. Anyway, you are dismissed. Thank you for the report. I do not deserve your recognition, Your Majesty. Time passed swiftly, and within a week, the soaring phoenix had brought Yuan close enough to see the Dragon Spiral Mountain rising on the horizon. Unlike its counterpart on Earth, the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the seventh heaven was vastly more expansive, so immense that the one on Earth would amount to barely 10% of its size. After another day of travel, the soaring phoenix finally reached the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, before they could get close to the land, several figures emerged from the skies, surrounding their flying treasure and blocking any further approach. Chapter 1940, A Real Dragon Emperor. 1940, A Real Dragon Emperor. Identify yourselves. A group of golden-robed dragons surrounded the soaring phoenix. My name is Xiao Yang, and this is my traveling companion, Shimeli. What purpose do you have at our Dragon Spiral Mountain? That doesn't concern you, Yuan calmly said. Doesn't concern us. We, the Holy Dragon Clan, are the rightful owners of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Everything related to the mountain is of our concern. If you're looking to cause trouble here, get lost before we forcefully remove you. Hearing their threats, Yuan laughed out loud. I heard the Holy Dragon Clan are Dragon Goddess Yu's loyal followers. What if I told you that I am Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy? Will you still tell me to leave then? What? Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy? A wave of shock swept through the crowd, but it quickly faded, replaced by rising anger, as though Yuan's words had been a deliberate insult to them. One of them sneered, I was wondering what sort of excuse you'll give, but Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy? What absolute rubbish. Another spoke with contempt in his voice. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Why would Dragon Goddess Yayo choose a lowly human as her envoy? Yuan turned to look at the one who had just questioned him and responded with narrowed eyes. That's a funny thing to say, considering that Dragon Goddess Yayo was once a loyal servant to a lowly human. Yuan's words instantly shifted the atmosphere, drawing frowns from the surrounding dragons, yet not one of them could offer a rebuttal. If you claim to be Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy, you must have proof. Let's see it. Yuan fell silent, mostly because he didn't have anything that could be used as evidence. What? You don't have anything to prove your identity? Why am I not surprised? How dare you try to take advantage of us, using Dragon Goddess Yu's name? You'll pay for your crimes with death. Kill them. The next moment, all of the dragons lunged at the soaring phoenix. Seeing this, Yuan activated his dragon transformation and retrieved Dragon God's vengeance. However, he only intended to scare them, so he didn't attack them. Of course, the dragons were all frozen from fear the moment they sensed the Dragon God's vengeance. Yuan then spoke. It's not that I don't want to show you proof. Information about Dragon Goddess Yayo is highly sensitive, and you're simply not qualified to hear it. Take me to your leader, the head of the Holy Dragon clan. The dragons exchanged uncertain glances, but before any could speak, a powerful presence descended upon them. A figure emerged, radiating a domineering aura that commanded instant reverence. He, too, was a dragon, clad in a resplendent golden robe nearly identical to the golden dragon robe in Yuan's possession. Yuan couldn't discern the depth of his cultivation, but instinct told him this was a being who had stepped into the God Ascension realm. At the sight of him, the surrounding dragons immediately bowed in unison. We greet His Majesty, the Holy Dragon Emperor. In the next instant, several more dragons appeared, each radiating a profound and majestic presence, just a shade beneath that of the Holy Dragon Emperor himself. Seeing this, the dragons hastily greeted them. We greet the Holy Dragon Ancestor, Supreme Elder, Holy Princess, Holy Prince, Holy enough. The Dragon Emperor suddenly interrupted. If had allowed them to continue the greetings, they'd be there all day. He then turned to face Yuan with slightly narrowed eyes. He's clearly human, yet he possesses the ability to transform into a dragon. Only those with a pure and high-quality dragon bloodline can achieve such a feat, and yet, such individuals usually carry a strong dragon scent. But from him, I sense nothing of that sort. The Holy Dragon Emperor mused inwardly, his gaze sharp as he studied Yuan's dragon transformation. When he attempted to probe deeper into Yuan's body, a sudden chill crept down his spine. He couldn't quite identify it, but within Yuan's very bones, he sensed the presence of something ancient, something unfathomably profound, lying dormant yet quietly watching. Among the scarce fragments of knowledge surrounding Dragon Goddess Yayo, there was one rumor that stood out. It was said she possessed the power to bestow her talents upon any being, dragon or not. With her blessing, even the weakest of creatures, an ant, could wield the might of dragons, he recalled, the memory surfacing like a forgotten echo from a bygone era. Human, I heard your earlier words, the Dragon Emperor said, his tone calm, yet laced with innate pride. I may not be the leader of the Holy Dragon clan, but my status within it is no less significant. Tell me, am I, the Dragon Emperor, worthy to see your so-called proof? This was Yuan's first encounter with a real Dragon Emperor. However, after encountering many ancient dragons within the Primal Expanse, the Dragon Emperor before him did not feel anything special. I don't mind showing you. Holy Dragon Emperor nodded and spoke. We can continue our conversation somewhere more private. Follow me. He turned around and flew inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang, who was still inside Yuan's Dantian, continued the soaring phoenix to follow the Holy Dragon Emperor. Soon, they entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Although the other dragons didn't like the idea of letting someone as suspicious as Yuan enter their sacred territory, none of them could defy the Dragon Emperor's decision. Once the soaring phoenix entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the other powerhouses followed behind to ensure Yuan wouldn't try anything funny. Though their cultivations far surpassed Yuan's, and they could probably kill him with a sneeze, an unshakable unease settled over them in the presence of the Dragon God's vengeance. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, he could feel something stirring within him. This feeling, the 9 dragon symbols? Is it reacting to something within the Dragon Spiral Mountain? He wondered inwardly. Chapter 1941, Destroying the Ancient Monolith. 1941, Destroying the Ancient Monolith after entering the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Dragon Emperor led Yuan to the mouth of a colossal cave, its entrance veiled in a faint, ancient pressure. As they approached, the 9 dragon symbols within Yuan stirred restlessly, trembling with excitement. Whatever it was resonating with was inside the cave. "This is the first time an outsider has visited this place," said Holy Dragon Emperor as they reached the entrance. "It's an honor," Yuan smiled. "However, if you fail to prove your identity, you won't be able to leave this place alive. Let's go." The Dragon Emperor entered the cave, and Yuan calmly followed him. She merely quietly trailed behind Yuan, staying close to him. Due to her lack of cultivation, just being in the presence of so many powerful beings was a challenge for her. After traversing a shadowed tunnel, they emerged into a vast, dimly lit cavern. At its center stood a towering monolith, ancient and imposing, its presence dominating the chamber in solemn silence. That monolith must be the cause for the 9 dragon symbols' unrest. Yuan narrowed his gaze at the ancient monolith. The Dragon Emperor came to a halt about a dozen meters from the monolith, then turned to face Yuan. "Only those who hold the highest status within the Holy Dragon clan are permitted to enter this place," he said calmly. "So rest assured, everyone present is just as qualified as I am to witness your proof." Yuan turned around to look at the others who followed them to the monolith and nodded, "I don't mind." "Then whenever you are ready." The Dragon Emperor and the others fell into a heavy silence, their gazes fixed on Yuan as they patiently awaited the proof of his claim as the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo. "Since it has come to this point, let's just try summoning her." Yuan retrieved the Dragon God's vengeance again, unaware of the Holy Dragon clan's true intentions. They alone knew of the ancient monolith's ability to sense the presence of Dragon Goddess Yayo. And with Yuan's arrival coinciding perfectly with its recent awakening, they had a strong suspicion that he was the cause. They only needed to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes. However, when Yuan retrieved the Dragon God's vengeance, the ancient monolith remained silent. This caused the Dragon Emperor and the others to raise their eyebrows. He's not the cause for the ancient monolith's awakening? If not him, then who is responsible? The Dragon Emperor let out a quiet sigh, his voice laced with disappointment as he spoke. "He's not the one. Kill him." "What?" Yuan's eyes widened in shock at the sudden decree. He hadn't even had the chance to call upon Dragon Goddess Yayo. "They'll handle him," said a girl with the appearance of a refined young lady. In the next moment, her aura flared, powerful and sharp, revealing her cultivation at the silver immortal realm. "You dare exploit the name of Dragon Goddess Yayo? You wretched human. You'll pay for your insolence." With a flash of movement, she lunged at Yuan, her body partially transformed. Her right arm morphed into a massive, white-scaled limb that gleamed with draconic power as it tore through the air toward him. Yuan did not dare to underestimate her, and immediately activated Dragon Transformation. The moment Yuan transformed, the ancient monolith behind the Dragon Emperor began trembling. However, nobody there noticed it since they were fully absorbed with Yuan's transformation. "Get behind me," Yuan shouted. Stepping forward to shield, she melee as his gaze locked onto the charging young lady. A heartbeat later, their clash erupted. The sheer force of their collision sent shockwaves through the cavern, causing the very walls to tremble beneath the pressure. Though Yuan managed to block the attack, the impact sent him hurtling through the air, and he was thrown directly toward the ancient monolith, crashing into its surface a moment later with a resounding thud. "Yuan," she merely exclaimed. "I'm fine," Yuan muttered as he rose to his feet. Though he hadn't suffered any injuries, the situation was far from ideal. No matter how talented he was, there was no way for him to defeat so many experts at once. Even if he could escape with his life intact, there was still Melee, who was his biggest concern. However, just as Yuan braced for the young lattice neck strike, he paused. Something was wrong. She, along with the other dragons, stood frozen, their eyes locked onto him, wide with disbelief as if they were witnessing the impossible. It was then that Yuan noticed a subtle vibration behind him. The ancient monolith was trembling beneath his touch. Why is the ancient monolith reacting now? Is Dragon Goddess Yeo nearby? The Dragon Emperor immediately spread his divine sense as far as possible, covering the entire dragon's spiral mountain and much more. However, he was unable to sense Dragon Goddess Yeo. As the Dragon Emperor and the others anxiously scanned the area for any sign of Dragon Goddess Yeo, a sudden flash of movement drew their eyes back to Yuan. The Dragon God's vengeance slipped free from his grasp, rising into the air to hover before him, gleaming with an eerie light. Yeo? Yuan murmured, confused. The spear slowly tilted, its tip turning not toward the crowd, but toward Yuan, or more precisely, the ancient monolith behind him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Dragon God's vengeance surged forward without hesitation, transforming into a streak of light. Before anyone could react, it pierced the ancient monolith and rooted itself within, a structure long believed by the Holy Dragon clan to be utterly indestructible. Why you destroyed the ancient monolith? Are you insane? The Dragon Emperor roared in anger after snapping out of his daze. Even if Yuan were Dragon Goddess Yeo's envoy, he wouldn't be spared for such blasphemy. But in the very next moment, the Dragon God's vengeance released a wave of profound aura, deep and ancient. From within its radiant glow, a figure slowly began to emerge, cloaked in divine presence. Once she fully materialized, she was revealed to be a woman of breathtaking beauty. Yet, none among the dragons spared a thought for her appearance, as her overwhelming presence was so overbearing that it engulfed the entire dragon's spiral mountain. And though none of the dragons recognized her appearance, not a single one of them doubted her identity for even a split second. She was none other than Dragon Goddess Yeo, the Dragon Goddess. The Dragon Emperor began to speak, but his words faltered and died in his throat as Dragon Goddess Yeo turned to face Yuan without even sparing them a glance. Yuan stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Unlike her previous appearance, she was no longer a semi-transparent apparition. The Dragon Goddess, standing before him, radiated presence and substance, as though she had truly descended into the world once more. Yeo! Yuan breathed her name, the words slipping from his lips without thought. Without a word, Dragon Goddess Yeo stepped forward. In one fluid motion, she grasped his collar with a firm hand and pulled him into her before pressing her soft lips against his in a deep, passionate kiss that left everyone there in stunned silence. Chapter 1942, 4 Pieces. 1942, 4 Pieces. What does this vixen think she's doing to my young master? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, her voice filled with envy as she watched this unfold from Yuan's dantian. The members of the Holy Dragon clan stood frozen in place, eyes wide and jaws agape, as if the very ground had been pulled from beneath them. Some looked as though their souls had momentarily left their bodies, stunned beyond words by what they were witnessing. After what felt like an eternity, Dragon Goddess Yeo finally released Yuan and spoke. This doesn't mean I have forgiven you, so don't think for a second that you're out of the hot water. However, Yuan ignored her words and changed the topic, asking, I didn't know your soul wasn't in one piece. Why didn't you mention this before? Did you think a mere treasure could contain my soul as a whole? In order to survive, I had to split my soul into several pieces. I am fated to recover my soul, so there's no point mentioning it, she explained. Only a being of Dragon Goddess Yeo's caliber could speak of splitting her soul with such casual ease. Even cultivators at the God Ascension realm wouldn't dare attempt such a feat, and realistically, not even a cultivation god might possess the ability to do what she had done. How many more pieces of your soul are still out there? Yuan then asked. I split my soul into 4 pieces, so there are still 2 pieces. Do you know where I can find them? No, since it was the dragon ancestor who safeguarded my soul. If you want to know, ask him. However, you'll eventually find them even if you don't. Because of fate, huh? Anyway, I've reached my limit, Dragon Goddess Yeo said softly, glancing down at her hand as it began to fade, turning slowly transparent. Her form had taken shape thanks to the recovery of a second fragment of her soul, but it was only temporary. Before she returned to the Dragon God's vengeance, Dragon Goddess Yeo turned to face the Holy Dragon clan and said, "If I had a little more time, I would have punished you for baring your fangs at him, but I don't, so I'm willing to give you a second chance. Treat him as you would treat me." As for the young lady who had attacked Yuan, she stood frozen in place, mainly because Dragon Goddess Yu's gaze was directly on her. The sheer pressure of such a gaze caused her body to tremble non-stop, her clothes drenched in sweat. Without saying another word, Dragon Goddess Yeo returned inside the Dragon God's vengeance. A deafening silence settled over the cavern in the wake of Dragon Goddess Yu's departure. Not a single member of the Holy Dragon clan rose to their feet even long after her presence had faded. It was as if they dared not move, awaiting Yuan's permission. "You guys can stand up now," Yuan eventually said, breaking the silence. The dragons slowly rose to their feet, nodding in silent acknowledgement. Their gazes lingered on Yuan, filled with questions they clearly wished to ask, yet none of them dared to speak them aloud. Knowing that his identity would be revealed sooner or later, Yuan decided to just reveal it himself. "When I said that I was Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy, I lied, sorry. I'm actually the master of the 9 Divine Supreme, the Immortal Monarch. I know this is hard to believe, so I'm willing to prove my identity." However, to his surprise, the Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need. We believe you." After all, the Dragon Goddess Yeo would only do something like that to the Immortal Monarch. Of course, despite his confident tone, his face was full of shock and disbelief. "The Holy Dragon Clan is at your service, Immortal Monarch. If you wish, we'd even be willing to go to war for you." Yuan shook his head and quickly said, "That's not necessary. I didn't come to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to take advantage of the Holy Dragon Clan. In that case, why did you come here? Was it to retrieve the Dragon Goddess soul from the ancient Monolith?" "No, that was just a coincidence. I came here because I need to use the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation." "The teleport formation? May I ask for what purpose?" "It hasn't been activated ever since the Divine Heaven became the 9 Heavens." "Do you know about players?" "You mean those from the missing fragment of the Divine Heaven who travel here with the help of the Celestial Emperor? Those like you?" Yuan calmly nodded. He was not surprised that the Dragon Emperor saw through his avatar, since it had happened before. "My real body is currently in the other world, but due to special circumstances, I am unable to return to it. In other words, I am stuck here as a soul avatar, and in order to return to my body, I will need to activate the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation and connect this world to my world, where the other Dragon Spiral Mountain exists." The Dragon Emperor nodded his head as he digested the information. "I understand the situation. Unfortunately, we have a slight issue. The key to activating the formation is currently in the Azure Dragon Clan's possession." "Azure Dragon Clan?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the dragons in black and blue robes from before. "Yes, they're the Dragon Clan that commands the Sea of Dragons, and they've been trying to acquire the Dragon Spiral Mountain for centuries now. We lost the key to them several decades ago after losing to them in a certain battle." "Why are they trying to acquire this place?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. "They never say it out loud and refute anything we say, but it's clear that they want the Dragon Spiral Mountain to appease the Great One," explained the Dragon Emperor. "Appeasing the Great One," Yuan repeated in a mumble. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc." Chapter 1944, Young Dragons. Chapter 1944, Young Dragons. A few hours after Yuan and Shi Meili were given a living quarter, the Dragon Emperor showed up at their place. "I have contacted the Azure Dragon Clan, but it may take a few days if not weeks, before we get a response, he said. In the meantime, you can treat the Dragon Spiral Mountain as if it's your own home. I will do just that, Yuan nodded. Would you like to walk with me? I'll give you a tour around the place. There's also a lot I would still like to discuss with you. Sure. Can I come along? She merely asked. I don't see why you cannot. As they walked through the residential grounds with the Dragon Emperor leading the way, he suddenly spoke, his tone laced with concern. How is the Dragon Goddess? Is she well? Yuan nodded and responded, She's fine. May I ask what happened to her? She disappeared right after the divine heavens split into the 9 heavens and hasn't made an appearance until today. Let's just say we faced a powerful opponent. The Dragon Emperor fell silent. He couldn't fathom a being stronger than Dragon Goddess Yayo, who was so powerful that not even the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One could hold a candle against her. I'd like to ask you something as well, Yuan said, breaking the silence. Why does the Holy Dragon Clan devote itself to her? The Dragon Emperor glanced at him, then replied, It is in a dragon's nature to follow strength, and Dragon Goddess Yayo stand among the most powerful beings in existence. For many, that alone would be reason enough to revere her. But for us, there is another reason we worship her. Back then, the Holy Dragon Clan was of no great lineage, just an ordinary bloodline, struggling to survive. We stood on the brink of annihilation. He continued in a solemn voice, but Dragon Goddess Yayo descended in our darkest hour. She gave us a second chance, blessing us with a drop of her divine blood. That single act transformed our lineage, elevating our bloodline to rival even those of royal descent. Oh, I think I remember when that happened, Yuan suddenly said with a reminiscing expression on his face. Really? It was a time long before I was even born. The Dragon Emperor looked at him with surprise. Even now, he could hardly believe Yuan was the immortal monarch. As they wandered the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, its residents would stare at them from a distance while mumbling to each other. That must be Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy. Why do you think he's here? I'm more interested in why Dragon Goddess Yayo chose a human to be her envoy. It's not that surprising if you consider that she used to follow a human around. You mean the immortal monarch? People claim he's human, but I do not believe it for a second. He was definitely a dragon disguising himself as a human, and you cannot convince me otherwise. The Dragon's Spiral Mountain in the 9 heavens closely resembled its counterpart on Earth, a towering peak with a spiraling path winding around its body. However, it was vastly larger in scale, both in height and breadth, soaring several times higher and far more expansive. Its colossal size was no coincidence. It was a deliberate tribute to Dragon Goddess Yu's overwhelming power. The mountain had been purposefully shaped to surpass the others, a testament to her unmatched divinity. The foot of the mountain was filled with stores, restaurants, and all the amenities one would expect from a thriving city. A little higher up the mountain lay the residential area, sprawling across most of its vast expanse and housing the majority of its inhabitants. The praying area and training grounds were situated above the residential area, and beyond that point, only those with significant status within the clan were permitted to ascend any higher. How many individuals does the Holy Dragon Clan hold? Yuan asked as they arrived at the training grounds, where many young dragons could be seen sparring with each other while supervised by immortal experts. We have around 20,000 dragons within the Holy Dragon Clan. It may seem like a lot, but we're actually one of the smallest dragon clans in the 9 heavens. The Azure Dragon Clan, for example, has over 100,000 members within its clan. Moreover, only about 50 of us actually have the Holy Dragon bloodline. The young dragons at the training grounds quickly noticed the Dragon Emperor and bowed to him with respect. A few of them approached him and asked, Your Majesty, who is this person? He also has a unique sin on him that I don't recognize. One of the young dragons asked as he looked at Yuan with curiosity. The Dragon Emperor smiled and declared, This individual is a human, and the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo. Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy. The young dragons stiffened in shock, and the realization hit them like thunder. Without hesitation, they bowed deeply to Yuan. We greet the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo. Though they didn't fully understand what the title entailed, the mere presence of her name within it was enough. That alone made it sacred. Yuan gave a casual wave of his hand and said, "No need for formalities. Just treat me like a friend." "Then what exactly is an envoy?" one of the young dragons suddenly asked, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. "It's like a messenger or representative," Yuan replied with a faint smile. "In this case, I'm a messenger for Dragon Goddess Yayo." "Wow, does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yayo sent you here? Why did she send you here? Does she have a message for us?" The young dragons bombarded Yuan with questions. "Enough. You're bothering him," the Dragon Emperor said sharply, his tone firm and commanding, bringing an immediate hush over the young dragons. "It's fine," Yuan said, and he began answering their questions one by one. "That's right. I was sent here by Dragon Goddess Yayo. As for why I am here, I cannot tell you the full details, but it is related to the Azure Dragon clan." Chapter 1945, Young Dragons 2. Chapter 1945, Young Dragons 2. The Dragon Azure clan. "Did the Dragon Goddess send you here to get rid of those pests trying to steal our home?" The young dragon's eyes sparkled when Yuan mentioned the Dragon Azure clan. "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. A few of the young dragons then approached Shimeli and asked her, "Are you also Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy?" "HM? No, I am not. I am just his traveling companion." "How old are you, senior sister?" one of them suddenly asked. "I stopped counting after 10,000 years, she calmly stated. "Huh, you're only at that level, even after 10,000 years? You must be very lazy, senior sister." "What? Who are you calling lazy?" Shimeli's expression froze in disbelief after being called lazy. Though she was still considered young by dragon standards, the dragons before her were even younger, all under 1,000 years old. And yet, each one had a cultivation level that surpassed her own. Because of this, the young dragons could only view Shimeli, who was older yet weaker than them, as lazy in their eyes. "If you're not lazy, why is your cultivation so much lower than ours?" asked one of the young dragons, and the others stared at her with a suspicious gaze. "That's because I grew up in a place with much less spiritual energy than you all," Shimeli explained. Even though she knew she wasn't lazy, Shimeli couldn't help but feel uneasy under the weight of so many young dragons' doubtful gazes. Yuan then spoke. "We actually just arrived in the 7th heaven." "Oh!" The young dragons nodded their heads as if they understood the situation. "Then, would you like to train with us, senior sister?" "Of course." Shimeli didn't hesitate to accept their offer. "Have fun," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Shimeli nodded and followed the young dragons to the arena, where she began sparring with them first. Due to their difference in cultivation, they agreed not to use any martial techniques and focused purely on their skills. I guess she really wasn't lying. Although her cultivation is lacking, she's very experienced and skillful. Shimeli quickly earned the young dragon's respect with her skillful performance. However, despite her 10,000 years of experience, she was unable to secure a single victory. Out of 10 matches, she lost them all. It wasn't just their superior cultivation. The young dragons possessed exceptional technique, battle sense, and even physique. They were simply incomparably stronger than the dragons she would spar with within the ancient dragon city. "Damn it, I knew I was weak, but I didn't expect myself to be this weak. Is this what it means to be a frog in a well?" Shimeli mumbled as she lay on the arena, her body soaked in sweat. "Don't look so down. You're very talented. I'm sure you'll catch up soon," Yuan said as he approached the arena. Shimeli turned her head to look at him without getting up and asked, "If I have your seal, would it make it stronger?" After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded. "Yes, you would undoubtedly become stronger with the Immortal Monarch's supreme seal." He answered with a serious face. "However, I won't give you the seal if that's your reason for wanting it." Shimeli showed a bittersweet smile. "I know. I was only joking." She immediately stood up and spoke loudly. All right, let's spar again. Yuan turned to the Dragon Emperor. This is just a personal request of mine, but do you mind letting her train with you guys? Of course. The young one seemed to have taken a liking to her as well, the Dragon Emperor said with a faint nod. While her cultivation and experience are certainly lacking, I can sense a remarkable talent within her. My instincts also tell me her bloodline is unique, perhaps even one that could rival our own Holy Dragon bloodline. Yuan smiled and said, Have you heard of the ancient dragon city? The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. You mean to tell me that she's from that place? Not only that, but she's also from a royal bloodline. The Dragon Emperor turned to look at Shi Meili and asked, What was her name again? Shi Meili. Surnamed Shi. The Dragon Emperor trembled. You recognize it? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He nodded thoughtfully and said, There is another Dragon Emperor who bears the surname Shi. His clan resides in the 8th heaven. It may be nothing more than coincidence, but there's a chance their bloodlines are connected. The 8th heaven, huh? They'll be sure to visit them in the future. Sometime later, a young female dragon approached Yuan and bowed politely. Senior Envoy, may I respectfully request a spar with you? She asked with clear determination in her voice. Yuan turned to look at her. Though her appearance resembled that of a human teenager, she could very well be over 1,000 years old. Her cultivation was nothing to scoff at either, firmly at the peak of immortal ascension. The Dragon Emperor frowned, but before he could say anything, Yuan nodded with a smile. Why not? Thank you. The female dragon's face immediately brightened. Yuan followed her to an empty arena shortly after. Huh, look over there. Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy is going to fight senior sister Sheng Ran. Almost everyone at the training ground shifted their attention to Yuan. Sheng Ran, are you from the main bloodline? Yuan asked the female dragon after hearing her name. That is correct. I'm the 4th youngest in the family, Sheng Ran. Let's have a great match, senior envoy. Let's. Yuan and Sheng Ran stood motionless on the stage. Neither made a move even moments later, almost as if they were waiting for the other to strike first. Senior envoy, are you not to release the suppression on your cultivation? Sheng Ran asked. This is my real cultivation, though. What? You're only at the peak of Divine Emperor? She exclaimed, not daring to believe him. Chapter 1946, Young Dragons 3. Chapter 1946, Young Dragons 3. There's no way Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy is only a divine emperor. You must be teasing me. Sheng Ran refused to believe that would be Yuan's true cultivation. Yuan smiled and said, But it's the truth. No way. After a moment of awkward silence, Sheng Ran spoke again. Okay, he'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. However, Yuan shook his head and said, There's no need for you to do that. What? But that wouldn't be fair. Why not? Because I cannot use immortal qi? Sheng Ran quietly nodded. The next moment, Yuan exuded his immortal qi, shocking Sheng Ran and the spectators. He can use immortal qi even though he's only immortal. In the 7th heaven and above, all cultivators who have yet to break through immortal ascension and reach bronze immortal are considered mortals. Sheng Ran could only stand there with a dumbfounded look on her face. Are you still going to underestimate me? I promise you that I am Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy for a reason, said Yuan, snapping Sheng Ran out of her daze. In that case, let's spar without any restrictions. She muttered. Yuan nodded. That's more like it. By the way, I won't be using any techniques or weapons, he added. So, you'll only be using your physique? They'll do that as well. Whenever you are ready, Yuan said calmly. After a brief moment of stillness, both sprang into action, moving almost at the same instant. Yuan, however, was a split second slower, having deliberately waited for Sheng Ran to make the first move. Their bodies shrouded in immortal qi, Yuan and Sheng Ran collided with explosive force, sending a powerful ripple surging through the arena. Fortunately, A protective formation surrounded the battlefield, containing the shockwave and preventing it from spilling into the surrounding area. A look of surprise appeared on Sheng Ran's face when she noticed how powerful Yuan's physique was. I have never seen such a sturdy and powerful physique before. Can humans really achieve this level of physique as a mortal? She cried inwardly. Sheng Ran was a genius in her own right, hence why she was able to use immortal qi while only being at the peak of immortal ascension. However, when she compared herself to Yuan, she felt like an ordinary mortal who had no talents. As the battle wore on, the outcome became increasingly clear. Sheng Ran was drenched in sweat, her breaths growing heavy and uneven, exhaustion evident in every movement. In stark contrast, Yuan stood calm and composed, without so much as a single drop of sweat marring his body. The Dragon Emperor watched with intense focus, not daring to miss even the slightest detail. His experience and prowess are far above what it appears. This is beyond the realm of geniuses. So he's a true reincarnator, huh? That explains everything. The Dragon Emperor finally pieced together the truth and understood the situation. Why you win? Sheng Ran declared her own defeat as she fell to the ground in exhaustion. Although Sheng Ran could wield immortal qi, doing so drained her energy and stamina at an alarming rate, especially under the relentless pressure from Yuan. As a result, the match lasted just over an hour before she was completely exhausted, unable to continue. It was a good match, said Yuan. Before Yuan could even step off the stage, another figure leapt onto it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Senior Envoy. She wasn't even enough to count as a warm-up, was she? He said with a grin. How about a match with me, Sheng Ming? Yuan turned to look at the handsome young man standing before him. His cultivation had reached bronze immortal, and his body exuded an aura that was much stronger than Sheng Ran's. Why not? Yuan said with a smile. Seeing this, Sheng Ran quickly got off the stage so they could begin their fight. The moment Sheng Ran stepped off the stage, Sheng Ming lunged at Yuan with fierce momentum, his aura surging so violently that the very air around them trembled without end. Sheng Ming had decided to go all out from the very beginning. Not wanting to disappoint him, Yuan activated his dragon transformation before clashing with him. He can use dragon transformation even though he's a human? Sheng Ran and the other dragons were greatly shocked to see this. That must be Dragon Goddess Yu's powers. There's no doubt that he's her envoy. I knew you were holding back, but I didn't expect you to be hiding this much power, Sheng Ming muttered through gritted teeth. He had intended to press the offensive, but the overwhelming pressure from Yuan made it impossible. Forced onto the defensive, Sheng Ming could only hope to spot an opening amidst the relentless assault. However, his hopes never materialized. Within half an hour, Sheng Ming was thoroughly defeated, unable to withstand Yuan's relentless pressure. I haven't experienced this level of defeat since I graduated from this place. Sheng Ming sighed out loud as he lay on the ground. Just like Sheng Ming, several more dragons jumped onto the stage. However, they weren't as powerful as Sheng Ming. Yet, they still wanted to experience fighting with Yuan. He'll face all three of you at once. Whenever you're ready, Yuan beckoned them. Thank you for this opportunity, Senior Envoy. The young dragons bowed to him before attacking simultaneously from different directions. Although Yuan didn't deactivate his dragon transformation, he didn't go all out either, allowing the young dragons to fight a satisfying match. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan spent the rest of the day sparring with the young dragons in the training grounds. I'm going to train here a little longer. You can leave without me, she merely said to them at the end of the day. Yuan nodded and continued ascending the Dragon Spiral Mountain with the Dragon Emperor. Sorry that took so long. I only planned on a few matches. There's nothing to apologize for. I was even expecting it to take a few days. The young dragons enjoyed it. That's all that matters. Yuan looked at him and smiled. You know, a certain friend told me how the Dragon Emperors have a terrible personality. The Dragon Emperor burst out laughing at such unexpected remarks and said, "Well, your friend isn't wrong." Huh? Yuan looked at him with raised eyebrows. Chapter 1947, Seven Dragon Emperors. Chapter 1947, Seven Dragon Emperors. Don't look at me like that. I'm not talking about myself. The Dragon Emperor shook his head with a weak smile on his face. Since you've only recently arrived in the seventh heaven, you probably haven't heard of any rumors on the Dragon Emperors since they rarely get passed down to the lower heavens. There are only 7 Dragon Emperors across the entire 9 heavens, including myself, the Dragon Emperor said solemnly. Yet most of them are steeped in controversy. Take the Blood Dragon Emperor, for example. He is infamous for his uncontrollable bloodlust, going on murderous rampages every few years. Entire cities and bloodlines have been reduced to ruins beneath his wrath. Another example is the Poison Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor continued. A master of venom and toxins, he shows no regard for anything around him when he unleashes his power. Every battlefield he touches is left tainted for centuries, poisoning the land, the waters, and all life nearby. Many innocent beings have perished because of his recklessness. Why do they behave like that? Hell, how did they even become Dragon Emperors? Yuan asked. How much do you know about Dragon Emperors? How they are chosen, for example? Yuan shook his head and said, I admit that I don't know much about Dragon Emperors since they weren't really a thing during the Immortal Monarch's era. I see. Then allow me to explain this system to you. There are 2 main requirements to becoming a Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor explained. First, you must be born into one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines. Second, even if you possess a royal bloodline, it must reach a certain threshold of purity. Without fulfilling these 2 requirements, one cannot ascend to the title of Dragon Emperor. There are many self-proclaimed Dragon Emperors out there, but only 7 of us are true Dragon Emperors. If someone is born meeting both conditions, they must still undergo the Dragon Emperor ceremony, where they are tested through a series of rigorous trials, the Dragon Emperor continued. However, that is not the final step. Even after passing the ceremony, they must receive the approval of at least 6 of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, along with the endorsement of at least 2 current Dragon Emperors. If there are fewer than 4 Dragon Emperors in existence, one may ascend without needing their approval. However, there can never be more than 7 Dragon Emperors at any given time. If there are already 7 Dragon Emperors, anyone who meets all the prior requirements may challenge an existing Dragon Emperor to a death match, fighting for their title. Hearing this, Yuan asked, Have you ever been challenged for your title before? I have only been challenged twice since I became a Dragon Emperor 120,000 years ago. The Dragon Emperor replied with a faint smile. After all, a dragon who meets all the qualifications is born only once every few thousand years, and they tend to challenge the weakest Dragon Emperor out there. Do Dragon Emperors face no consequences for their actions? What are the other dragon clans doing? Yuan then asked. The Dragon Emperor sighed and said, Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. Dragon Emperors aren't just powerful individuals. They have the full backing of their clans, along with the support of various other forces. Unless someone possesses overwhelming strength and an unshakable reputation, it's nearly impossible to challenge or hold a Dragon Emperor accountable. Even if someone qualifies to challenge them, it's rarely worth the risk, as such actions could easily ignite wars, the Dragon Emperor added with a heavy tone. What about the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One? What are they doing now? Yuan then asked about the dragons of origin. The Great One is the very embodiment of aloofness and selfishness, the Dragon Emperor said. He has no interest in the affairs of the Dragon Emperors. His only concern lies in expanding his personal collection of treasures. As for the Dragon Ancestor, he hasn't been seen for many thousands of years. Is that so? I guess he'll do something about it. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yuan with wide eyes, but he didn't object. After all, Yuan was the Immortal Monarch, and he had Dragon Goddess Yu's backing. If anyone could deal with the Dragon Emperors, it would be Yuan. Unfortunately, Yuan lacked the capabilities to deal with the Dragon Emperors at this moment, so he had to wait until he did. Sometime later, they arrived at the area situated just above the training grounds, where a single large building stood. It served a singular purpose, used exclusively by the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon Clan for important meetings and discussions. Since there was nothing of importance inside, they simply walked past the building and continued their ascent toward the mountain's peak. Eventually, they arrived at the summit, where an elevated circular platform stood, resembling a grand stage. In front of it stood a stone tablet, distinguished by a uniquely shaped hole carved through its center. Is this? The Dragon Emperor nodded and confirmed Yuan's suspicions. Yes, this is the teleportation device. Although it's capable of extremely long-distance teleportation, it's limited to the other dragon, Spiral Mountain. But alas, the key used to operate it is currently in the Azure Dragon Clan's possession. Speaking of the Azure Dragon Clan, could you tell me more about them? Yuan asked. I'd like to better understand their situation before I confront them. The Dragon Emperor nodded and replied, Of course. The Azure Dragon Clan once lived peacefully, hidden away in the Sea of Dragons. For countless years, they remained secluded, causing no conflict. However, for reasons unknown, they began making aggressive moves toward our dragon Spiral Mountain a few thousand years ago, trying to appease the Great One. We tried asking for an explanation, but they refused to reveal anything. It's likely the Great One has something to do with it, but it's not like we can confront him. The Great One has a short temper and is easily offended, after all. Chapter 1948, Frozen Palace. Chapter 1948, Frozen Palace, the Great One, huh? Do you know his location? Yuan asked. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, The number of individuals who may know his location can be counted on one hand. He loves traveling the 9 heavens in search for treasures and can be anywhere. When he's not traveling, he's most likely hidden within his own realm or slumbering somewhere in the starry sky. I see. Anyway, going back to the Azure Dragon Clan. They're one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, but they are ranked last in terms of prowess and influence. After a slight pause, he added, In case you were wondering, the Holy Dragon Clan is ranked 6th. Their bloodline grants them complete mastery over water, so they establish their main dwelling deep on the floor of the Sea of Dragons. The Dragon Emperor continued to talk about the Azure Dragon Clan. Sometime later, Yuan said, I have a good understanding of the Azure Dragon Clan, somewhat. Until I meet and speak with them personally, I can't say I know them. Anyway, ITLL takes some time before they respond to our offer, right? That's correct, the Dragon Emperor replied. The fastest we've ever received a response was 5 weeks, and the longest took nearly 7 months. Their timing is unpredictable. I'd like a train in the meantime, Yuan said. Does the Dragon Spiral Mountain have any unique training grounds? Specifically, something related to the Yin attribute. I'm working on strengthening my cold immunity. The Dragon Emperor nodded and replied, Of course. We have special training grounds for those who have graduated from their initial training, what you experienced earlier. The Dragon Emperor led Yuan back down the mountain, retracing their steps until they returned to the training grounds. However, instead of stopping at the familiar arenas, where Shimeli was still engaged in spirited sparring with the young dragons, they continued deeper, heading toward a more secluded area. When they reached their destination, Yuan found himself standing before 5 towering pagodas, each emanating a distinct and ancient aura. After taking a moment to admire their imposing beauty, Yuan shifted his gaze to the large signs hanging above each entrance. 4 levels of Inferno, Frozen Palace, Endless Tribulations, Venomous Altar, and the Unyielding Playground. Huh? Yuan mumbled the names written on each sign with intrigue. The Dragon Emperor began introducing each pagoda in detail. Each of these pagodas contains a realm of its own, far more vast than their appearance suggests. This one is the 4 levels of Inferno. It is designed to temper one's resistance to fire, with 4 ascending levels of difficulty. You can challenge a higher floor as your endurance improves. He continued, the first level is intended for beginners with no fire resistance. The second is suited for those with weak fire resistance. The third is for those with powerful fire resistance. As for the 4th level, it should only be attempted by those who possess super fire resistance. Anything less would be courting death. The Frozen Palace follows the same structure, the Dragon Emperor continued, but it's designed to train one's resistance to cold, which should suit your needs. He gestured to the next pagoda. The Endless Tribulation is for tempering one's body against lightning. Then to another, the Venomous Altar sharpens one's resistance to poison. Finally, he pointed to the last pagoda, and last but not least, the Unyielding Playground, where gravity is greatly intensified to strengthen one's raw physique and endurance. After learning about the 5 pagodas, Yuan asked, so the Frozen Palace only trains one's cold resistance to supreme cold resistance. Actually, the Frozen Palace has 5 levels, so you can train your cold resistance past supreme cold resistance. The Unyielding Playground has the most levels since we prefer training our raw physique, the Dragon Emperor clarified. Yuan nodded. All right, you'll be training on the 5th level within the Frozen Palace. By the way, do you have a way to contact me when the Azure Dragon Clan responds? Don't worry, we'll personally come get you when they respond. I understand. Have fun. Without any delay, Yuan stepped into the pagoda dedicated to cold resistance training. The moment he crossed the threshold, his surroundings shifted. He found himself standing in a vast, snowy expanse, where icy winds howled across an endless frozen plain. Far in the distance, towering against the pale horizon, stood a massive castle sculpted entirely from shimmering ice, its presence both majestic and foreboding. Since he already had supreme cold resistance, Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, but it was clear that the training had yet to truly begin. Without hesitation, Yuan began making his way toward the Ice Palace. Even before reaching the gates, Yuan could see a figure sitting in front of the entrance. When Yuan got near, this figure opened his eyes and spoke. Since this is your first time here, allow me to give you a brief introduction. There are 5 floors in the Frozen Palace. You can increase the difficulty of your training by heading to the next floor. On each floor, you will not only have to endure the cold, but you'll also have to fight enemies. If they hit you, your body becomes more prone to the cold. If you need to leave, just shout for help, and I will come rescue you. Yuan nodded before asking, Are you with the Holy Dragon Clan? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No, I am from the Glacial Dragon Clan, the true owners of this realm. The Holy Dragon Clan merely borrows this training ground from us. I see, Yuan murmured thoughtfully. So, the pagodas are actually teleportation devices. The Dragon Emperor had purposefully skipped this detail to surprise Yuan. What are the rules? Yuan then asked. There is only one rule here, the middle-aged man said firmly. You're strictly prohibited from disturbing others who are training on the same floor. Violate this, and you will be immediately expelled from the training ground and banned from returning for 100 years. Yuan raised an eyebrow and muttered, There will be others. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.